All right, good morning. I'm going to call this meeting of Urban Planning Committee to order. I'm just getting myself set up, so if you haven't logged into eScribe, now is your chance. First and foremost, before I do roll call, I'd like to do land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And now, roll call. So I'll first start with members of committee. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Wonderful. And I believe we have other members online. I can't see, so I'll just call names out and see who's with us. Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Mayor Sohi, who is also a member of this committee. My apologies for missing you, Mayor Sohi.
I am here.
Councillor Tang. Not with us this morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
And Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. So we have a pretty full complement of council here. We're going to have a really excellent discussion, I think. And I'm definitely looking forward to this. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, I will move that we adopt the agenda with the following change, that the February 15th, 2022 Urban Planning Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following change. In addition, 6.1 mass transit planning for 125 million people with attachment 4.
1.25 million, right?
1.25, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I got startled for a second there.
My voting screen popped up in the middle of me reading it out.
No worries, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to adopt the agenda. Any questions, concerns, changes? I'm not hearing any, and I'm not seeing any wild waving, so please vote. And
I'm a yes.
Okay. We have all the votes.
display the vote, please. Excellent, that's carried. And approval of the minutes. Is there anyone who can move or will move approval of the minutes?
Sure, Madam Chair, I'll move the adoption of, or the approval of the January 18th, 2022 Urban Planning Committee minutes.
Thank you. And any questions, concerns, or changes there? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Protocol items. I received no notice of protocol items. Select items for debate. Please use eScribe to log on. Just giving it a minute. Mayor Sohi.
5.1, certainly not 5.1, wrong place. Here you go. 6.1.
Excellent.
And I'm interested in all of them, but I'll let other council members select other ones too.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
I'll select item 6.2 as well as 6.4.
6.4. Excellent. I also had questions on 6.4. All right. Anyone else? Not seeing anything.
I'll select 6.3 as well.
Okay.
I think Councilor Knack clicking on probably for their selection.
Yes, I'm not allowed to select, but thank you for that. I was hoping someone would.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you, Councillor Knack. All right, that leaves just 5.1. Would anyone like to move? Is someone interested in moving 5.1?
So do,
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Any discussions, debate? Please, sorry, I'm losing my words. Yes, vote, please.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Can you display the vote? Excellent, that is carried. Madam Clerk, would you read back what work committee has done today already?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've passed item 5.1, the options for expansion for the bus network redesign, and it's being sent to council.
Wonderful, thank you. That takes us to requests to speak. We do have a number of speakers. I'm not sure if anyone has the list in front of them and would like to move the speakers.
I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I will move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate. For item 6.1, mass transit planning for 1.25 million people. 1, Perry Chalal. 2, Lynette Thompson from Castle Downs Recreation Society. 3, Yasin Seton, Pass for People. 4, Daniel Grist, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. And on item 6.2, the Bike Plan Implementation Guide. 1, Kathleen Turnock from Oliver Community League's Recreation Committee. 2, Stephen Rates, Paths for People and Known CAD. 3, Robin Patches, Oliver Community League. And 4, Keith Hesslinga, Bike Edmonton.
Marvelous. Thank you for that. So please vote to hear from speakers.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display. And that's carried. And request for time specific. We do not have requests for time specific today. So that takes us, oh, no, I always miss this part. Councillor inquiries. I didn't receive notice of councillor inquiries, and the clerks are shaking their heads, so I don't believe we have inquiries with us today. Which takes us to item 6.1. Now, there is a presentation available, so we'll get the presentation. The report is asking for information only at this point. I believe Ms. McCabe's team will fill us in, but to guide our discussion, we might be looking at sort of the strategic high-level advice and discussions. So, Ms. McCabe, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning for 1.5 million people, the report presents a technical analysis and it's an information report to implement the city plan mass transit network for the interim planning horizon of 1.25 million. This work is the first step in identifying opportunities and constraints for a mass transit development. Building on the bus network redesign, a well-integrated mass transit network will provide Edmontonians with access to safe, convenient, and reliable service with faster journey times and contribute to reaching the target of 50% of all trips made by transit in active modes. Now I want to highlight, we've heard a lot of feedback with respect to this report and with respect to the Metro line in particular. And I do want to highlight that the Metro line remains a priority to achieve the vision as outlined in the city plan. And the technical analysis before you today is that first phase of planning to 1.25 million. I'd also like to highlight one more thing, is that this is a technical analysis, and we are here today to listen to council and committee's perspectives and receive your feedback, which we always welcome. Today, there's a number of members from the Planning and Environment Services branch. Dallas Carhut, the Senior Transportation Engineer, is going to provide some more details on the report. Dallas, over to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. So the city plan identifies the systems and networks required to support 2 million people, including strategic direction on transit needs, mass transit needs. Of note is that the city plan is the first Canadian municipal development plan in which the carbon budget is embedded as part of its targets. The expansion and evolution of mass transit, coupled with increased density and mixed-use development, is a key component to meeting our greenhouse gas commitments. Next slide. The city plan identifies mass transit as a way to serve nodes and corridors and provide the ability to connect people to their destinations. The mass transit network envisioned in the city plan is key to reaching the big city move of communities, and the city plan targets related to diversifying mobility options and mitigating climate impacts. The findings identified through the mass transit technical planning study are incorporated into the mobility network assessment, and the growth management framework, which is currently under development, will provide a lens to evaluate mass transit investments that support growth in priority areas. Next slide. Administration completed a technical planning study to determine the mass transit network that will support a population of 1.25 million people. This work is critical to establish the foundation of the long-term phasing requirements to achieve the mass transit network identified by the city plan. The findings of this study will guide future implementation work. Next slide. Edmonton Transit Service provides a broad range of bus-based service as well as the LRT, with the latter serving as the foundation for our current mass transit network. However, there's an opportunity to expand mass transit through non-LRT options in order to meet the needs of our growing city and achieve the urban city envisioned by the city plan. The technical planning study focuses on two aspects of the mass transit network. First, it considers how we can continue to strategically expand our LRT network. Second, it identifies different services and infrastructure that can complement the LRT network. This can be accomplished through the improvement of existing routes and/or introducing new routes. These routes are envisioned to be serviced by non-LRT mass transit options, so this could include bus-based options or rail-based options such as streetcar or tram. Next slide. The technical planning study identifies 4 success factors that are key to support mass transit network for a population of 1.25 million people. Mass transit priority means reallocating existing road right-of-way to create dedicated transit right-of-way. This represents a significant shift in our approach that will increase capacity, improve reliability, reduce travel times, and provide opportunities for service to respond to ridership growth. Second, future development opportunities and compatible land uses are needed for mass transit to succeed, particularly in priority growth areas within the 1.25 population horizon. Third, filling in our network gaps. Our current LRT network serves parts of the city, but there are areas of the city that don't have access to mass transit. This strategy highlights that there's an opportunity to capture ridership through less capital-intensive solutions, such as bus-based mass transit, to provide a more comprehensive citywide mass transit network. In addition, LRT capacity constraints experienced during peak periods could be relieved with parallel bus-based mass transit routes. And fourth, parking policies and mobility hubs. Parking pricing and availability through strategically located park and rides and the development of mobility hubs will allow the mass transit network to be well connected with other travel options. The proposed mass transit network for 1.25 million people is informed by the technical planning study and encompasses the success factors noted here. The next few slides will provide an overview of the proposed mass transit network in terms of transit service type and infrastructure needs. Next slide. The first transit service types are exclusive and semi-exclusive routes. So exclusive right-of-way routes, like the LRT, they're shown in green here. And this work assumes all LRT extensions that are currently funded will be built as planned, including the Valley Line to Lewis Estates, the Capital Line to Ellerslie Road, and the Metro Line to Blatchford. A success factor for LRT is to ensure that future LRT expansion is strategically aligned to future growth areas that can significantly generate transit ridership. As such, there's an opportunity to further extend the Capital Line past Ellerslie Road to serve the future Southwest Hospital and Heritage Valley Town Centre, while the extension of the Metro Line beyond Blatchford is assumed to be completed at a time beyond the 1.25 million population horizon. Semi-exclusive routes are shown in red, and these are dedicated transit lanes on the roadway. In some jurisdictions, this route type is described as bus rapid transit, though that term is quite broad and is yet to be defined in the Edmonton context. A success factor for semi-exclusive routes will be to reallocate a portion of road right-of-way to transit right-of-way, providing a new level of bus-based mass transit in Edmonton. Future work will explore this route type for key corridors, including 97th Street, White Avenue, White Mud Drive, and Gateway Boulevard and Calgary Trail. Next slide. The next transit services proposed are limited stop routes and frequent routes. So limited stop rapid routes, those are the dashed blue lines. These provide faster service than local and frequent service by stopping at strategic stops only and skipping others. A success factor for limited stop rapid routes will be to fill in the mass transit network by connecting the spokes created by the LRT and semi-exclusive routes. Frequent routes, these are the thinner magenta lines. They provide higher service frequencies, so that means more buses and reduced headways along major arterials and through central neighborhoods. This type of service minimizes waits and transfer times. To some degree, future frequent routes are anticipated to evolve from the local service network in response to population growth and the development of nodes and corridors, and these routes will be key in serving 15-minute communities. Both frequent and limited stop rapid routes will likely operate in mixed traffic and will require some transit priority measures along corridors and at intersections. Next slide. Finally, these next two services will support transit service that extends beyond our city's boundary. The regional connections are shown in yellow, and they're anticipated to operate as rapid transit routes between municipalities consistent with the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Service Commission. The technical planning study also recommends a connection between downtown and the Edmonton International Airport that does not consist of an extension of the LRT past city boundaries. Next slide. The next step in the project is to initiate the implementation planning and network staging of the mass transit network for 1.25 million people. The outcome of this work will be to confirm the mass transit route alignments, outline the type and level of transit service, and identify corridor level design details. So this is where we start to get into the look and feel of these corridors. This work will occur in 2022 and extend into 2023. This will set the foundation for the next phase of city plan implementation. Thank you, and be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that presentation. Now, before we go to questions of administration, we do have some speakers. So I'm going to call out their name to check them in to make sure they're here, and then I'm going to read sort of what the process is for speaking at committee. So looking for the speakers, Perry Chalal. Are you there? Lynette Thompson.
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful, thank you. Yassine Setin. Not hearing anything. Danielle Grist. Also not here. It looks like we just have one speaker right now. I think we might get some other, perhaps the other speakers will check in a minute. So for each item, administration will provide opening remarks or presentation, which we've just seen. Members of the public who've registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. Now, remotely here, we do have a timer on the screen, so you can watch that. You can also set a timer for yourself at home. When everyone in your panels had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, please remain in the meeting until all the questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And if you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. There is nobody here with us in person except for staff, so I'll bypass those instructions and we'll go to hearing from speakers. So I'm going to just call the names of the other registrants again. Perry Chalal, Yassine Setin, or Danielle Grist. Are you with us? Still no. So, Ms. Thompson, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking to you on behalf of North Edmonton, basically, and I'm in support of the Metro line. The City of Edmonton prides itself on its green plan, reduce vehicle and transit emissions by planning for more mass transit and more bike lanes. The neighborhood development and infill have been prioritized as transit-oriented development and is tied into overall development in North Edmonton. This includes the Blatchford redevelopment with 20,000 plus folks to live there when it's completed. This also includes Griesbach community, which is nearing its completion with over 14,000 residents at it when it's finished. It's an award-winning redevelopment. There's an expectation by the City of Edmonton when the development agreement was signed that transportation-oriented development would be as a guideline. There's also a portion of the Canossa community at the north end of our area that is not developed at this point, with several thousand people who are not living there at this point. There's also infill and redevelopment happening in the older communities like Calder, Kensington, Roslyn, all around north of the Yellowhead. North Edmonton residents are asking for reasonable, safe access to services in other areas that other areas take for granted. Our young people have been given to believe that they could jump on the LRT with safe and convenient access to NAIT, Grant MacEwan, as well as the U of A. And those who live here, who work there, would like the same service. LRT is accessible for those who do not have access to vehicles or choose not to drive, such as seniors and disabled people. And we would like to be able to take the LRT for appointments at the university, the Cross Cancer, or perhaps see a friend at the Grey Nuns. Families would appreciate the opportunity to be able to attend city center celebrations, to go to the art gallery, check in the Royal Alberta Museum, go down to the Jubilee, the Citadel, restaurants, concerts, and events at Rogers Place, just to name a few. We would love to attend without the hassle of driving and parking or the expense. Central to our area, to the Castle Downs area, is our YMCA and the Castle Downs Rec Center. The Y provides services and programmings to all ages and backgrounds. As a community organization, we support their goals and easy access for youth and underserved populations. And the Metro line is scheduled to go right on that corner. So it will definitely be useful. Edmonton Catholic School Board has prioritized a high school for this site as well, on 153rd and Castle Downs Road. The Metro line renderings show a major station, and O'Leary High School is presently at 116% over capacity. As a community, we look forward to a new high school served by efficient, safe LRT. We've been waiting for over 25 years for both. North Edmonton residents are currently frustrated with the lack of transit service in our area. With new and so-called improved systems, seniors and young people are currently having to walk 20 minutes to busing. When the service was available, it was only a few minutes down the road. There are visible gaps in busing service in North Edmonton in general. There are a few questions regarding the suggested changes. The communities have numerous times during the open houses asked that the redevelopment be coordinated with the Yellowhead and the LRT so that there is money savings. Has this been considered? Has St. Albert been consulted? The end of our Metro line was to be incorporated into the St. Albert transit system. And finally, my biggest frustration with the change of plan does not seem to have a guarantee that we will not be on the back burner again. It seems that North Edmonton gets the short end of the stick, whether it's recreation facilities, schools, or transportation. As citizens, honestly, we're angry and we're frustrated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I understand Mr. Chalal is on the line now.
Yes, I believe he just joined.
Perry Chalal.
It's Perry Chahal, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I don't know if you've spoken at committee before. You have 5 minutes to speak. There's a timer on the screen. And I just ask that you stay within those 5 minutes. So please start. Thanks.
Councilors, respected members of committee, I appreciate this time. This time is deeply appreciated because this is to address an aspect that is very important to me, and that is the equal opportunity for all Edmontonians to have access to affordable transportation. As a person that grew up on transportation, using City of Edmonton transportation, my father was a former union president for the Edmonton Transit Union. And my first job at City Council, I used to take the train from Clairview all the way to City Council to work in the council chambers. Every day I would take that train, listen to commuters, listen to their grievances about City Council, City Hall, and report back to City Council. It was a great connector. Now, we've done great things in Edmonton North for Clairview westbound into downtown. We know that Clairview is connected to Edmonton Northlands for having more participation in sports. I moved my family out of Edmonton Clairview into Edmonton Greenspa area for this schooling. And in addition, with the promise of having a better transportation corridor to downtown. We have a young family. Soon they will be attending university. And I think it's only fair, not entitlement, but fair, to have the opportunity for our children to use an environmentally sustainable, environmentally sound transportation corridor that should be given priority to an area that does not have a transportation corridor. Most city planners and administration have ignored our area. Our former city councilors were strong advocates of this. With the transition of governance and the new city councilors, I personally believe, this is my own opinion, that the city administration is taking advantage of this. They are trying to push something laterally without the input from community stakeholders. We have not been solicited for our personal opinions. 1 week, we were notified of this through Facebook. That is not the proper method of engagement to constituents, especially constituents that have invested interest, invested so deeply in our community. To ignore our community is to say that we are not equal. This is disparity. We know that Edmonton Transit is becoming more affordable. Yet, if we don't have the means to access affordable transportation, what does that say about the City of Edmonton? That the City of Edmonton does not care for those who wish to have an opportunity to commute across the city? I have to apologize. I was just notified about this meeting. I received the notification about 3 minutes ago. So that was literally all I lived off my notes that did not have properly prepared for this. But I sit on the Greenspa Community League as a member at large. I'm active with not-for-profits in the community that helps marginalized and disadvantaged individuals. When I engage these individuals, we talk about how they commute through transportation lines, including the city LRT and bus corridors. We need to make accessibility a priority. I know the City of Edmonton 2022 vision is to enable open access for those that can receive it. I would really appreciate a City Council would push this item to have a reevaluation for further information and bring it back to the constituents. This is a priority. We have 600,000 people north of the river, hundreds of thousands of people in this area. We need to assure that us as stakeholders, and especially with the aging population who depend on taking the trains, will make it life easier to get their necessities, go to appointments, go get the grocery. And for youth that are going to be on their transportation line, to be on one line without changing buses, and for safety. I will leave it at that. This is a very pressing issue, and it's a high concern. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for your time, committee. I will stop.
Thank you very much for joining us. I don't believe Yassine Satine or Danielle Grist has joined us. So now we will go to questions of the speakers. So please, we're just going to pause for a second as members of committee load themselves into eScribe and click on. But, you know, someone selected it, and that was Mayor Sohi, so I'm going to go to Mayor Sohi for questions of the speakers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On just, I hear, like to both speakers, I absolutely hear the frustration that you're expressing on the metro line to Castle Downs being bumped off again. I go back to my time when I was first elected in City Council in 2007. The LRT to Millwoods and Castle Downs was being debated at that time. You know, I'm glad that we got to Millwoods because Millwoods was in a similar situation where it was being ignored, and we need to apply that equity and fairness lens to that. So I want you to know that I share the frustration that you have identified. Couple of questions on the potential it presents. I know, Perry, you live in Greenspa, and Greenspa is filled with young families and young kids. And one of the advantage of our LRT system, once it's completed to Millwoods and to the West End, is that it will connect downtown from all parts of the city. It will connect all the post-secondary institutions from all parts of the city, and it will connect all the hospitals, health facilities from all parts of the city other than Castle Downs, right? And would you not love to have your kids when they're grown up to hop on the LRT to go to attend those post-secondary institutions?
Absolutely, Your Worship. That is one of the aspects that we moved to this area. I personally, when I taught at Grant MacEwan University and other universities downtown, I would take the bus. But unfortunately, I'd have to change the bus 3 or 4 times. With knowing that there's an LRT and my kids will be 16 and 17 or 18 at the time, I know that they'll be able to take one LRT and get off at the train station. It's more safety. We have a growing young population here, Your Worship, and this population is very conscious of the environmental needs. They don't want to. Majority of residents here are not buying cars. They're reinvesting in the environment. They have bus passes. They want to use the public services. This is a whole generation that wishes to connect and connect. We're not that far from downtown, yet we have to take 2 or 3 buses to get downtown. We have to take 6 buses to get to university. I worked at NAIT. I would have to take 3 buses to get to NAIT. And Northgate's just here. But having a transportation corridor that's environmentally friendly, that can provide a little cabin where our kids can sit in. There's an emergency push button there. It's seamless. It's assurance for us parents, too. And anyone, especially senior citizens that may have to go to their appointments across at the Misericordia Hospital or get grocery. Thank you, Your Worship.
And thank you. I would like to ask Lynette on her thoughts on that potential of having every part of the city connected to all those major destinations, which is absolutely, when I think about that, I just really feel excited about the potential of our city.
Thank you. Yes, we'd be very excited too, except we keep getting delayed, and it's really getting frustrated. And there doesn't seem to be a promise or a guarantee that this is actually going to happen in our northwest corner. Well, for North Edmonton in general, the bus service, the LRT service is the pits, except if you live in Clairview and you can jump on like Perry used to when he was younger. Anyway, thank you. I agree with everything you said, Perry.
No, thank you. Thank you for that, for the presentation, and appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Mayor
Nope.
Sohi. I know you wanted to add something, Mr. Chahal, or Chahal. My apologies, I have the wrong spelling, I think, in front of me. But I just have to take questions from councillors, and hopefully one will ask you, so you can say what you need to say. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a few questions for our guests today, so I may need 2 rounds if nobody else is there. Just wanted to flag that. This technical study, Perry, I'm going to direct this one to you, Mr. Chahal. The technical study based a lot of its justification on ridership rates. Could you speak to why you believe that the ridership rates are so low within that quadrant of the city? In your opinion, in your experience?
Councilor Rutherford, I'd like to thank you for that question. And can I ask one point for clarification? That study was conducted over which years?
That was 2021. And
So-
but it was looking at historical data.
Yeah, so historical data based on transportation corridors would be based on frequency and availability. We don't have the resources to make that ridership reflect the actual use of it. Secondly, obviously, COVID. COVID is it's evidence, and that's a bearing factor. So that would be it.
Okay, and then my next question to you, Mr. Chahal, is, this report talks about mass transit isn't just about LRT, and so the proposed 1.25 million includes the 97th Street rapid bus route. Can you speak to how that does or does not support kind of the Northwest residents in accessing the LRT or the rest of Edmonton, or for that matter, the rest of Edmonton accessing the Northwest?
Thank you, Councilor Rutherford, for that question. It's a very good question. Saying I'd like just to pinpoint the mass rapid transportation corridor from 97th Street. From my own personal experience, when I take the bus from Northgate, I walk to down the third, jump on the bus. That's going north-south from our area just to downtown. And then the person would have to get off and change and commute. For myself to teach at University of Alberta, when I was there, I'd have to change 3 or 4 times, right? Having an entity or a transportation method to go from point A to point B. Presently, I work as a senior advisor to an organization that helps marginalized youth, Black youth now in Edmonton. And unfortunately, these youth are on buses for 2.5 hours to get from here to Footfield, right? And it's not because they're not trying, they're trying, yet we have a broken system here. We have segmented youth and segmented generations here that don't have access from point A to point B. To get to point C, you have to go point A, A1, AB, A2. It's thank you. Hope that answers your question, Councilor Rutherford.
Yes, and my last question to you, and like I said, I do have questions for Ms. Johnson as well, or Thompson, I mean. But my next question to you is, as a member of the Griesbach Community League, can you speak to past experience and engagement around the Metro line and kind of what discussion and dialogue happened around that?
It's been very loud. Thanks you, Councilor Rutherford, for that question. It's been very laissez, hands-off approach from the city administration perspective. I am aware that the city administration has hired consultants, has hired third-party people to speak to stakeholders, but yet, as we're all aware, over the 24 months, there hasn't been a time for a collective time to sit down and speak and say and get stakeholders' opinions on what needs to be done as a group. This might be the time to do that with obviously COVID permitting, yet it hasn't been as engaging as it should be. And community discussions have actually happened outside the community. The irony is that we would have to take transit to get to the engagement. Thank you, Councilor.
As a member of Griesbach, you're also seeing a lot of engagement right now on increased development. Like I'm thinking about that northeast quadrant, right? Which is going to be up for big development, as well as the the southwest quadrant. So when you say that there's a lot of potential growth in Griesbach, can you speak to that a little bit of what you know about that?
Yes, Councillor Rutherford, thank you again for that wonderful question. As individuals that are not familiar with Griesbach is like a little rural community inside Edmonton. We're having a sprawl of, sorry, I shouldn't use that word, that's not correct. We're having a growth of residents at an uptick that is more beneficial for the community in the city of Edmonton. A lot of younger families and a lot of multi-density housing. We have a mixed income residents here. We have people that come from disadvantaged social economic perspectives. And we have a lot of young professionals. Yes, sir, Councillor Hamilton, I see that.
Thank you. Thank you. I try not to cut speakers off at committee, but I appreciate you self-moderating. Councillor Rutherford, you said you had another round of questions. All right, we don't need a motion for another round of questions, but I'm going to wait and see if anyone else has questions before I go back to you. And I'm not seeing any, so here's your second round.
Thank you. So now my questions are to Ms. Thompson. So again, I just want to thank both of you for being here. You know, many might say that there's not a lot of residents that showed up today to speak to this. So is this really important? Could you speak to, you know, some of the privilege you have or some of the advantage it is to even come to committee today and why many in the ward and in this area of the city may not have that privilege to be able to come and speak today at committee?
Good morning. I guess I'm blessed because I'm retired, so I have time to come and hang out with you guys now, which is something I really wanted to do before. I think a lot of people are frustrated because they don't feel that sometimes they're listened to. And some people didn't know that today was happening. I did do some calling around and some emailing to people who couldn't come to ask them for any input. So what I did present earlier is from other people in the community, for sure. Yeah,
absolutely. And you know, in the presentation that we just heard from administration, they highlight that the Metro Line Northwest is still a priority. But could you speak to how the message that is sent to community when it's saying it's a priority, but we're not looking at that until 2045 or beyond?
Well, then I'll have to have my wheelchair to get onto it by then. I think I have lived in this community for over 40 years, and we've been promised excellent transportation. We've been promised recreation facilities. We've been promised a school and a high school in particular, and we're still kind of second-class citizens, and we're a little frustrated. And to say that the present busing system, the way it is right now, is adequate isn't even close to the truth. We have more people driving on the streets to get their kids to school, to get to work, because the bus system is not efficient right now. And to base it on the ridership during COVID, like Perry said, is a very poor measure to find out if we have enough people to support it. And there's poor ridership at present because the feeder system is it's in some areas it's non-existent. If you look at that map that we were showing earlier, those little yellow lines don't even go up and around into areas where people live. It's and then of course you're not going to get the ridership. But anyway, that's my crab.
No, that's great. And I think you spoke to a little bit, so I won't belabor the point, but I think one last question I would have is for you is around, you know, we talk a lot about the importance of downtown revitalization. And I know that this is, you know, being discussed in terms of this needs to be a citywide benefit. Could you speak to how having quicker access to downtown would support city revitalization in terms of people going and using that more often? Or do you think that would occur if there was a more rapid way to get to downtown from this quadrant of the city?
I think you're right. More people from all areas of the city would support revitalization and the businesses that already exist downtown if there was equal access to LRT, busing, etc. But at this point, the busing and LRT from our particular side of the city is poor at the best of times. And if we wanted to attend things that are happening down there, or if they want to go and get a job downtown, you just don't have the service to support going there. Sorry.
No, that's perfect. Those are all my questions. I again just want to reiterate how grateful I am for both of you for taking the time to be here today and expressing what I know many in the ward and in the north are feeling, and we've gotten many emails and calls about that. So thank you so much for your time, for being here today. It really is I'm so grateful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to our speakers. So we're now going to turn to administration. So for our speakers on 6.1, you can log off and continue to follow along with the meeting on YouTube or I think City on the Web, but I think most people use YouTube. So now we'll go to questions of administration. I'm just going to pause for a second to watch the speakers list populate. And Mayor Sohi had selected this, so I'm going to go to Mayor Sohi.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and thank you to administration for presenting this very ambitious, I would say, a future plan for mass public transit and how we shift to that 50% mode. I think all the good work that you have done. One question is, what would be the next steps, right? The second question I have, Stephanie, is what would be the process to have the metro line included in under 1.25 population threshold? And I would like to make a motion at the committee to have that included in so that you can do the planning work and design work that are necessary. The reason I'm doing some reason I already articulated in my questions to members of the public, but I also don't want to lose the opportunity of federal funding, because there could potentially be more federal funding coming our way. And if we are not ready to tap into that, then we may lose that opportunity.
Understood, Mr. Mayor. So the next steps with this is this plan will be used to inform the capital budget, the upcoming capital budget process for 2023 to 2026 for any operating and capital improvements that are needed within the city. And then we do more detailed engagement with Edmontonians as we would look on refining the design of each of the lines in the plan. And if it was a desire of committee to add the metro line in to the first phase, into the 1.25 planning horizon, we would just need a motion to do that. And then that would be used for some of our advocacy work to other levels of government, as you pointed out, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, good. So if Madam Clerk, if you could craft some language, please, I would appreciate that. The other question I have is the interconnectedness of all modes of transportation, because we're talking about others as well. And how do we feed service into LRT stations through better cycling network, right? Or having more parking available at LRT stations for other than cars, like for cycling, parking, all that. So I just want to get a sense in how we integrating all these things to make it easy and convenient for people to use all modes of transportation, and shifting from one to the other is easy.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, you're correct that ease of being able to move from one mode to another is so critically important for people to be able to use different modes of transport. And so you'll notice the next report on today's agenda is the bike plan implementation report. And I can assure you the team is working to make sure that as we make recommendations on each of these reports, that they're integrated in terms of that we look at how one mode supports another mode. And I do know the modeling work that we do to inform something like today's technical study considers all modes of transportation.
Yeah, okay, that's good. And also, are we also looking at some sort of kind of a loop around service in the downtown area that goes from one destination to another destination instead of people, getting off the LRT, then getting on a bus and, connecting all the major destinations in the downtown? Because our downtown is pretty big, and which is good, right? A lot of people live in there, and but connecting them to different destinations instead of hopping off and on.
Yeah, I'll let somebody from the team speak to the planning around downtown, specifically the central circulator, and a bit of the history associated with that.
Yep, I can answer that. So yes, we're looking at adding a few mass transit lines that create that circulator experience. I think that some of that is already there with the Capital Line, the Valley Line. A key corridor is White Avenue, and that's one of the corridors that we're looking at to add some of that mass transit connectivity.
Okay, and that's from South LRT from Bonnie Doon to Health Sciences. That part is part of that overall loop, that central loop that you're talking about.
We're still looking at where the limits of that corridor are. I think we're at least thinking University to Bonnie Doon to connect the two LRT lines, but that's generally what we're thinking about that.
Okay, well that's exciting to know about that, and of course these are very ambitious plans and long-term plans, but I think we need to be ambitious in order to meet all those the goals that we set out. You also talked about BRT. I get that. I understand that. You also made reference to streetcars, right? Can you elaborate a bit on that? Like, where would you see a streetcar being applicable in the overall network?
At this time, we're really keeping our eye on all of the technology changes within the entire within the transportation world. And at this time, we're not making recommendations on what types of technology we would recommend, but we are making sure that we are keeping at the forefront.
Oh, I see. So you're keeping it as a part of the options that might be available or implementable. Got it. Okay, good. Thank you, and thank you for all the work. I really appreciate everyone working on this and other reports as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I guess I had similar questions, but I'm going to jump to specific questions around BRT, semi-exclusive routes. And so I'll start with B2. So I had questions around B2 that essentially was going to go from, I believe, Bonnie Doon to West Edmonton Mall, Misericordia. I noticed that there was a discrepancy in the map that was provided in the attachment versus the one we saw in the presentation. I just am wondering there, what's the intention around that route?
You might want to give us a minute just to pull up those two maps in the background. Councillor Salvador, can we do your next question?
Sure, yeah, for sure. And then the other question is, I guess, in relation to parallel lines or parallel routes, particularly with Metro and B1 going north-south. I guess my understanding was that B1 was supposed to have pretty high demand, and I guess I'm wondering if we aren't prioritizing and sort of including Metro line in that first phase, what's going to happen to the capacity on B1? I would assume that if we're already expecting high demand, is there a potential that exceeds that if we don't have those parallel opportunities?
Can somebody from the team speak to Councillor Salvador's questions?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So as part of our technical analysis, we did do a couple scenarios, one with the Metro line and one without the Metro line. And we included the B1 in both scenarios to kind of test out what that would do to ridership. What we saw was that with the Metro line, the B1 did lose a bit of ridership, but it still maintained pretty high ridership, and we used some routes in Vancouver, some other rapid routes as a comparison. So what we found from that was that truly we need both. There's a demand for the Metro line for sure, but there's also a high demand for that B1 route. So yeah, that was our finding from that.
Okay, that's great to hear. So yeah, understanding that there's kind of that need for both, and it's a really high demand route. Any movement on those two maps? Again, just really trying to understand why one of the maps shows sort of the full length all the way to West Edmonton Mall, Misericordia, for B2, that east-west route.
Is somebody able to answer that first question on the difference between the two maps?
Yeah, I could take that. It might just be the way the maps are showing, but from what I'm seeing in the council report, the red line does go all the way to West Edmonton Mall. It has a bit of an overlap with the line that's coming from Terwillery Drive. So I think that's the intent of at least the next steps of analyzing that connection from the west end all the way to Bonnyview. So apologies if it's not showing right, but at least the one that I'm looking at does consider that full connection between West Edmonton Mall and Bonnyview.
Okay, yeah, as long as that's the correct one. It just seemed like the one we saw in the presentation this morning didn't have that full connection. But yeah, if that's the intention, that's great. I just was seeking some clarity there. And then, yeah, I think that I'll stop there because I know my colleagues are going to dig into some more questions around Metroline. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To administration, in June of 2020, administration received direction from council to prioritize the north leg of the Metro line from Blatchford. And has direction changed from council?
No, Councillor Principe, that's not the intent with this report. It's more about phasing. And that might seem like semantics, but it is still a priority. It's still it's actually in the 1.5 million phase, as well as part of the long-term city plan vision at 2 million. But what we're suggesting is in the first phase that the area in the north is better served by a variety of different transportation and active transportation modes, such as bus rapid transit.
Okay, and at what stage of the PDDM is the north leg to Castletown?
Adam's online and he'll be able to answer those questions.
Yes, hi, Councillor Principe. The Metro line north of Blatchford is past checkpoint 2 or just beyond checkpoint 2. And it was completed, the design was completed as part of previous funding, PTIF funding that we received from other orders of government.
And how much has been spent on that so far?
For the Northwest LRT component of the Metro line beyond Blatchford, it's approximately $25 million.
Okay. So then I guess the administration would actually need new direction then from council in order to complete council's previous direction. Is that what I'm understanding?
I would say I would suggest that if it was the will of council to add the Metro line into that first phase, into the population horizon of 1.25 million, that a motion from council or motion from committee today would make sure that we've got very clear direction on that. So my recommendation would be a motion to add it into that first phase of planning, Councillor.
Okay. And has there been discussion with St. Albert about the extension to Campbell Road, about, their participation in this?
There has been the IRTMP in terms of, sorry, that's an awful acronym. It has been in terms of the planning that we're doing at the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, which is at the phase of 1.5 million. But there are still definitely discussions that need to happen with St. Albert in terms of funding any LRT lines. I'm not sure if Adam could add any of the detail of the work that perhaps has been done or anything that's been done in the past on this.
Just Councillor Principe, there's been coordination with St. Albert related to end of line and discussions about what that end of line could look like from a park and ride connection perspective. But beyond that, I think the work has been, as Stephanie has identified, related to the regional discussion at the EMRB table.
Okay, okay. And then on another train of thought, what about safety, LRT safety? You know, in order to have the ridership, we need to ensure the safety. So what steps are we taking to ensure safety on the LRT?
It's a great question, and you're correct. Safety is fundamentally important. I'll pass that perhaps to Carrie or to Gord.
Thanks, Stephanie, and thanks, Councillor, for the question. We have lots of layers in the safety plan, and we are implementing enhancements. So we've been talking a lot with our social community outreach partner, and we have plans to increase the number of community outreach transit teams. So providing that proactive support and outreach. In addition, we're seeing increased patrols from our EPS as well as our transit peace officers. And we're following up with our security guards regularly to ensure that they're also available and supporting people in navigating the space. And we're also implementing enhanced cleaning in the spaces because the physical presence of those spaces is equally as important for creating the conditions to help people feel safe and navigating and utilizing our transit service.
Okay, that's great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I have a couple questions before I go to the remainder of the speaker or the members of council to speak. So Ms. McCabe, when I look at the densification by neighborhood, residential densification by neighborhood, I believe, for 1.25 million people, I see a lot of it's targeted in the southwest, the sort of just west of the Calgary Trail area into that southwest corridor. And I see, and forgive me if this is not accurate, or you need to clarify what I'm saying, but that there's sort of limited growth and limited density in that northwest corridor, correct?
I would say that we are seeing definitely densification in the south and southwest in our city in particular, and part of the technical study that's before you today, when you look at the ridership on each of the lines, there's higher ridership in the south.
So if council is to change direction, and I understand that this is sort of amending direction to for the 1.25 million, notwithstanding that this line is part of the overall sort of plan to get to 2 million people as part of our growth plan, what other changes might we have to make to, I guess, incentivize more growth and densification along those areas or into the northwest? Or conversely, is it possible that by approving and gaining funding for those lines, we might see sort of a natural growth in densification?
We have seen that along some of the other LRT lines, that when there's a commitment from council, that densification follows as a result of the certainty that your commitment provides to Edmontonians and to the business community. So they will invest in land along the LRT line. But I would also say that as we work along the lines and work along the nodes and corridors approach, is that any line that would be built earlier, we would look for densification along those nodes and corridors in order to support higher ridership associated with that investment that City Council and other levels of government would make, because LRT is typically not just funded by the City of Edmonton.
And that can lead to some challenging conversations around sort of upzoning and multifamily housing that I think we probably also have to be prepared to support neighborhoods in. Yeah.
Agreed, Councillor. If that's a question, yes, and we will see that tension in public hearing in terms of when we see the land being purchased for increased density along LRT lines, that we have to bring Edmontonians along on that journey of change in those neighborhoods.
Thank you. So I also, in the course of this conversation, was thinking about what I think has been mentioned before, which is the role of the regional collaboration piece. So how contingent is on sort of the Regional Transit Commission, those regional pieces, is the success of the expansion of this line?
The expansion of this line is needed in the region at the 1.5 million threshold. It's included in the regional planning for that 1.5 million threshold, but not in this first component of the threshold. However, with that being said, Council, each of you might hold a different perspective on that because of the work that you're doing at the region tables.
Well, that's good insight. Thank you. That's my questions on this round. I'll go next to Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I do have a question for ETS because it kind of relates to the other report that's coming before us today on fleet storage and maintenance, and that we're currently at capacity in those things. So if there was no addition of the metro line into the 1.25 million, what is the capacity, or what kind of financial investments do we need to make in having the storage and the maintenance space for the bus service within the Northwest Quadrant to actually be comparable with the rest of the city of Edmonton?
Perhaps I can start, and I'll ask if Adam wants to chime in a bit on the facility side. I would say within the current complement, an immediate implementation, let's say in the next 2 or 3 months, would not be possible. I think the two work together in terms of what's needed for growth and aligning the projects to provide that capacity. But maybe, Adam, do you want to add to that?
I would just say, Councillor, that what we've identified in report 6.4 is what's required from a capacity perspective, which is a facility in the north and a facility in the south. I think from whether Metro Line is in or not, it's related but not interrelated. I think that the needs that have been identified are reflected in 6.4.
But if we're already at capacity and we need these maintenance yards and we'll need capital in the next budget cycle to have the buses to do that bus rapid transit, how long is the Northwest going to wait even for bus rapid transit? So it is related, in my opinion, is the question I would have. Because the report number 4, the 6.4, says we're currently at capacity. We have no more capacity facility-wise.
Right, so we're identifying a need for facilities. The reason that 6.4, and I don't know whether we should be talking about this at 6.4 or with this one, we're identifying a strategy to provide that capacity, and that allows us to ensure that we have the facilities in place to accommodate the plans. When you say Metro Line, there are two different sort of storage requirements.
I know they're different storage. Thank you, Mr. Levine. I know they're different storage requirements. My point is that capital investments take time. And so at this point, what we're hearing from community is that the bus network system does not work well in this and does not serve this area well. And so no matter the options for mass transit, which is what we are talking about right now, that quadrant is going to wait no matter, regardless. Because I have another question for ETS. Is there on-demand bus service on the north end and in this quadrant of the city?
Yes, we do. And we're looking at opportunities to expand that. And I know we have a follow-up meeting with yourself, and we've been working with Councillor Principe as well to talk about those options. And we're looking forward to that implementation.
Okay, my last question for right now is in the report for the mass transit study it says that, what am I saying? That when you invest in transit infrastructure such as LRT, it helps support and incentivize large-scale transit-oriented development. So my question to you, Ms. McCabe, is by not investing in LRT heading into the Northwest Quadrant, are we not creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of not increasing our density, not increasing economic opportunities in the north? If we're not investing in that in the near future, because I know it's a staging thing, but I'm asking about in the near future.
Councillor Rutherford, you're correct that when rail is known as an LRT is known to the development community, that we do see investment happen. So the earlier the metro line is built, then there probably will be uptick in terms of transit-oriented development earlier in our city in that area. There is only a limited amount of, or it could mean that the growth moves from one part of the city to another, but yes, rail and investment in fixed rail does result in TOD.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you. I've got a few rather localized questions that I'll try to be quick. On attachment 1, which is the $2 million person, a lot more than $2 million, 2 million person map, there seems to be parallel routes on the mass transit map, both down Terwilliger Drive and Riverbend Road. And I'm curious if we really think we're going to need both, or if we wouldn't want to focus, because Riverbend Road in a lot of places is a residential collector. So is that really our thinking?
I'll let the team follow me here, or I'll suggest the team should follow me, but I will just say that in order to get to a 50% mode shift target as identified in the city plan, we are going to need we're going to need a very comprehensive network to allow for that to happen. And perhaps someone from the team could speak specifically to that location.
Yes, so this is at 2 million, so we are seeing a need for a few parallel routes to complement what we have right now in that ridership growth that we're seeing. So that's why there are a bit of lines that might look like they're paralleling, but based on where we project population and employment, we saw those as the locations to provide some of that parallel mass transit routes.
Well, frankly, I don't see it. I mean, I may defer to your expertise, but I don't see why a mass transit route that runs through a few, really low density suburban neighborhoods would be needed when we've got a pretty high capacity route down to Terwilliger. But a couple other questions on the 1.25 map, which would be attachment 2. I think when the last time we talked about this, we talked about some connection over the river along 87th Avenue from the university headed west. I seem to recall a map that showed something like that. Has that been taken off the plan again?
I'll need somebody from the team. Pablo, thank you.
Yes, for sure. The map that we showed before again was at 2 million. This is showing our interim. So what we're saying is at 1.25 million, we don't foresee a new bridge crossing. But again, as we continue to grow and reach these population horizons, that might change.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that's my mistake. Thank you. Next question then is 114th Street. So this is in the 1.25 million map, and it shows both semi-exclusive routes and the LRT running down that same alignment. So do we have a future new vision for 114th Street between South Campus and North Campus?
That's a corridor that we want to investigate as part of the next steps. It really comes from learnings we got from the technical study about connecting the route onto Terwilliger Drive directly to University Avenue, and that creating that ridership that we want to see, that direct connection. So nothing has been set, but that is an area that we want to look at in more detail operationally about how that might function.
Yeah, I'm all for that direct connection all the way to the main campus. I just wonder what 114th looks like when that happens. But I'm excited about that conversation. Again, very locally, there was talk of a park and ride facility at the very south terminal of the bus lanes on Terwilliger Drive on Windermere Boulevard. Is a motion required to advance that work? That's kind of the final piece of the puzzle for that corridor, at least in the first interim here.
Pablo, if we would, right now that isn't identified in the 1.25?
No, I'd have to defer to maybe someone in ETS that wasn't. I'd have to just double check the technical.
Can somebody
report.
double check that?
Well, my question is, do I need a motion to advance that? Because I think, that's not a 1.25 question. That is a 2025 question. That needs to happen immediately, if I can say so. So I like advice on how to advance that particular project. And then I guess last question, I don't see on the 1.25 million map extension of the Northeast LRT up towards Gorman and points beyond. That's not contemplated either. That's not a matter of never. That's just a matter of priority. Is that fair to say?
A matter of when? Yes, it is
Yeah.
still a priority. Just a matter of when.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate those answers. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much, and thanks for the work on this report. I wanted to start this with some questions that I've had from residents just around the engagement process. So I note that it says that engagement will be happening on specific projects, but not necessarily the whole strategy. And I've just had questions, for example, around the 101st Street alignment for the rapid route. Just wondering what that looks like in terms of the community engagement there. If that is just now set in stone, or if there's opportunity through community conversation as that project becomes closer to reality about potentially shifting that to 97th Street, for example. Just wanting to get a sense of, sort of how firm these are and what opportunities there are for community input moving forward.
I know when Integrated Infrastructure Services works with communities, we are open to understanding their local context and open to looking at things within a realm of possibility in terms of within that corridor, a few blocks off. But perhaps Adam could add some more to the approach that they take.
Well, I think anytime we're completing infrastructure investments, engagement is a part of developing the final design. So I think specifics, when we start to take this strategy into implementation, will include engagement. Shorter answer is yes, it includes engagement balanced with technical analysis and the ability to implement.
Okay, no, that's a really helpful response and something I can take back to the community. So this is the broad directions, the broad areas that we need to go to, but that there is some flexibility for those local context considerations in finalizing. Perfect, thank you. Picking up from Councillor Rutherford, I really wanted to touch on that question of sort of what comes first, the mass transit or the TOD. And, Councillor Rutherford, I think, was asking about that in the context of the LRT expansion. I'm also curious, I think sort of district routes are also framed in that way, that when population growth happens, then we'll build the district routes there. So just wondering how the strategy is going to be balancing that chicken and egg approach.
That's the work that we did in terms of helping to inform this technical study, is looking at where the anticipated land use growth, where densification would happen, and then what would the supporting transit system need as a result. And we do back and forth in terms of when we run the model, looking at that in terms of the intensification and the transportation impacts associated with that.
Okay, and I think you mentioned in your previous response that that building the transit first can lead to that redevelopment, that it can actually that we can control some of that redevelopment and where we want to see that population growth.
Absolutely. I think that's part of the reason for investing in LRT.
Yeah.
I just saw Ms. Tui took her camera off, so perhaps she'd like to add some more to my answer.
No, I think that's the case, but I think there's also the balance of development opportunity, and so the infrastructure is one aspect, but then development opportunity is another, and there are so many different. It's complex, and there's so many factors that weigh into that.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate that. I ended up digging in quite a bit because I did notice in the report it mentions that, you know, all of this investment in our mass transit system is going to support a modest increase to mode shift. And, you know, recognizing our target of getting to 50%, I did go back to the February 2nd report and have a couple of questions that I apologize I might need to come around for a second answer on, but just wondering, and I deeply apologize if I missed it in this report, but have we set that interim target for mode shift at the 1.25 million?
We haven't at this point. We have not brought interim targets forward to council yet, and we're working on that work as we speak.
Okay, that's exciting. And will part of that work include, you know, looking at some of those other levers that were identified in the February report?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Actually, my last 20 seconds, just really wondering about, just the question around the LR to the airport and just the new conception of a bus all the way from downtown to the airport rather than sort of the end of line facilities we have now. I'll come around for a second round. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, and then Councillor Wright after that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions. I really support their concept and for the city-wide and everybody and every resident, every Edmontonian in our city and deserve to have affordable public transit and for them to go to work or go to school. So my question is regarding about, I really appreciate an administration to put the work and in the phase-based priority, and then it's not only about priorities, about how the project going forward. So if we add Metro Line and then move the phase from 1.5 million to 1.25 million, what type of implication would happen to other already approved existing projects? And then from combination dates and from funding already approved. So I would like to understand that big picture, and because considering the capacity, the delivery, any capital project takes lots of capacity for delivery from city perspective. Is there any implication and for other already approved projects?
Yeah, Councillor Rice, at this point, I wouldn't say that there'd be any implications in terms of any approved project. Adding the Metro line in would mean that it gets prioritized with our entire capital budget and in some of the earlier capital budgets. And it might also impact, I think actually not, it would impact that we would advocate to other levels of government, the provincial and federal government, for funding for the Metro line as well as other lines at this time. So adding it in will not impact existing projects.
And from financial perspective as well, right?
From a financial perspective, Ms. Padbury would have, I think we're probably too early days to be able to say that, because it really is through the capital budget process that you will have that information in terms of if this project is funded as part of the capital budget, what is the impact on the debt servicing? What is the impact on the tax levy as a result of that? You would get that information as part of those deliberations, Councillor.
But not for the other existing approved budgets fund.
I believe we have that information even for the existing approved budgets. What's the LRT impacts are on our debt as well as on our tax levy, and I'm not sure if Stacey's on the line.
Okay. Okay, I think I can follow up for the more details. And my next question is about the public transit safety. And for me to ask this question, what I heard here, and when we prioritize our public transits, we do look at the ridership. And however, what I heard from residents right now, the ridership and then rate and heavily impacted and by the safety. And so even one suggestion I heard and from some residents talk about security guard, even though city has these resources in place, and however the enforcement and is not sufficient to support our public safety, and then many our Edmontonians feel not safe to take RT. So that is actually as a result our ridership reduced lots. And if we cannot resolve this problem, and then no matter how much line and how many public transit line we provided, and they will not achieve the outcome we expect to see for that readership perspective. So is there any way, and we could, or any possible solution we could explore and to use some like stronger enforcement and in place, and to ensure our Edmontonians feel safe to take public transit?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll jump in and then others can supplement. Completely understand what you're saying. On the positive side, our ridership recovery is at the highest level it's been at since the beginning of the pandemic, with 60% of normal, and it's continuing to go upwards. So I know the feelings are real, and people are struggling, but we are seeing really good returns to transit, and I'm encouraged by that. I agree that we need more enforcement. I think we also need more community outreach support as well, and that's what we're working on. So over the last probably 3 weeks, we've seen an increase in EPS presence, as well as working closely with our transit peace officers to provide that proactive support. We are always talking about how we can do further enhancements. We're actually working on an update for council that'll come forward in the coming weeks that'll articulate a go forward plan at a more detailed level. But I completely hear what you're saying. I've been working with your office as well to help prepare some of those responses. And I just want people to know that we are on it. We hear and we see and we experience it. And we will have more details about a detailed plan as we move forward.
Thank you for that. My time is out.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Oops, sorry. Hi, I just got you on a different screen here today. I'm just wondering, in attachment 4, it does outline the two options, A and B. And I think that's page 18 of the report. But I'm just wondering, why wasn't option B sort of included in the original package and explored a bit more?
In the original, in the council package, Councillor Wright?
I think it was in some, I'm not sure what original document I was looking at, whether it was the previous council report or not.
So we didn't include the technical study in the first report that we brought forward because the level of detail associated with the technical study, we thought that it was better left within administration. However, there's a few questions asked for it, so we attached it or had it added to the agenda so that you could see the level of detail in terms of what went into the technical analysis. Also feel like when we include a technical analysis in a council report, we want to make sure that we are able to explain to the public that there's absolutely, this is like the first phase, and this first phase didn't have public engagement associated with it. And then the public engagement's another really important input into the subsequent phases of this project. And I'm afraid sometimes technical study creates a level of certainty that perhaps isn't a true level of certainty associated with that, because we're here having even this public engagement opportunity here today.
And will there be, I'm assuming in the next phase, or at what point will more public engagement be done?
More public engagement will be done as we work further on some of the corridors. Perhaps someone could speak to the details of that from the team.
Yeah, I can jump in. So the next piece of work that we'll be doing is we're describing it as the implementation phase. At this point, we are planning for a few different contact points, I guess, with Edmontonians. One of those will be to share the work that's been done so far and have a more values-based discussion. And then a second point will be to get into some of the details of the corridors and share some of the impacts of the mass transit lines, what they might have on other mobility networks, and how we connect these pieces together.
Okay. And will the public be allowed more than, I think it was Mr. Shahal was saying he only had 3 minutes to, from time of notification to get on and provide some feedback?
Yes, absolutely. The report before you today is a technical study, and we would do a more robust public engagement, which would follow our public engagement policy for subsequent work.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mayor Sohi.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I am ready to move the, would this be amendment or would this be a motion?
I believe it's a motion because it replaces the recommendation. The current recommendation is that committee receives this for information.
And it will go to council for approval, right?
Yes,
Recommendation.
any substantive change to direction has to go to council for approval, and that would be an opportunity for folks to speak to it at that time and to vote on it.
Good. All right. So the wording is available from Madam Clerk, right? So if they want to put that up.
Just going to get that pulled up for you. Mr. Mayor, just give us a second.
Okay, I'll move that the Metro line extension from Blatchford to Castle Downs, here you go, be reflected in the first phase of city plan for planning up to 1.25 million. That was the population, right? Yeah.
Thank you. And of course, we don't need a seconder at committee, and that is a recommendation to City Council. So there could be another debate at council about that. Mayor Sohi, would you like to introduce the motion?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be very brief in introduction and I'll maybe speak to it at the end. I think this is something that communities have been waiting for a long time. I was away from City Hall for about 6 years and this issue is still there. I think we need to sometimes start moving forward quicker to give certainty, and also it's a potential for infill, and I'll articulate those when I have a chance to speak. So look forward to having committee members' support on this.
Thank you. I do have an amendment to it. So with the grace of committee, and this is because I've heard other motions that might come up. So I'll propose that this becomes part 1, and then a part 2 reflects that the recommendation or the request to add a park and ride in Ambleside to the 4-year capital plan, which is planned for but not funded, as part of this. I believe that is in. I'm looking at the clerk of clerks.
Are you looking for that to come back as part of the fall budget deliberations for funding?
Yes, this is on behalf of Councillor Cartmell.
I would just want to check in with Mr. Laughlin to make sure that that's clearly understood and that is in alignment.
So Councillor Hamilton, you're looking to add, consider a park and ride facility as part of the upcoming 23 to 26 capital budget consideration?
Yes. Would that be better as a subsequent?
My preference would be subsequent. I think there's 2 levels of planning that we're talking about here, which is strategic versus a capital consideration. And then build may not be the only option available to us in terms of considering a park and ride at that location. It could include other considerations, partnerships, etc. So I just wonder if a subsequent was more appropriate to allow administration to investigate the possibilities.
Okay, I'll take that advice. I'll withdraw the amendment for now because it sounds like it might not need it might not mean a substantial change in the planning direction at this time. There might be another way around that to satisfy the inquiry from the councillor. So I'll leave that there for now. And it seems like that is satisfactory. So I'll go to Councillor Councillor Jans, you are on your first round, correct?
Yes, but it's questions I can follow up. Now that you've moved the motion, I'm happy to speak to it or to remove my name.
All right. I'll Councillor Salvador, questions or speak to it?
Questions.
Okay, Councillor Salvador. And then I'll come back to Councillor Stephen. Oh, no, then it's, sorry, people are popping on. I might have to hold you for a second, Councillor Salvador, because Councillor Paquette has come on and he hasn't had a round of questions yet. Councillor Paquette, do you have questions?
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So just a quick question. At this point, we probably don't know what the budget implication would be. And I would assume that we also need provincial and federal funding for this to move forward. But I'm not sure exactly where we are in the planning, I guess is what I'm saying. So that would be helpful.
We're at the strategy phase in terms of we've got a high level plan.
My apologies. The planning phase in the Metro Line North.
Oh.
Metro Line North beyond Blatchford, I would say we're at checkpoint 2, and that was completed as part of previous grant funding that was provided through PTIF. To advance further, it would be, I think it's come up in the conversation, Councillor Paquette. Typically, our LRT advances based on support from other orders of government. So it would be considered in that vein.
I'm just trying to clarify that we're at a stage now where the next step is to actually secure those partners if we want to move forward. Or is there a step between that I'm missing?
Well, there has been contemplation previously by council. This came up the last time we were discussing priorities related to LRT. There had been discussion at council related to potential funding to support land acquisition in advance, because that would be something that as part of our support from other orders of government isn't typically eligible. But again, it comes down to sort of competing priorities or the pressures of trying to accomplish everything that's identified actually in today's agenda. So it would just be a case of prioritization.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, just to clarify then, this likely wouldn't be a one-time big budget hit. What we'd be looking at is a sort of even now, a bit of a staged process fiscally anyway, until we could secure partnership from other orders of government. Do I have that right?
I would suggest any LRT expansion, and Ms. Padbury would probably speak to this better than I. Any LRT expansion from our perspective would require other orders of government support. Other transit improvements that are identified in this plan would be considerations for the city.
I would agree with that.
Okay, all right. So thank you for that. So I'm really comfortable supporting this. Understanding that there are a lot of steps in between this motion and the actual implementation of building a line. So this is a good first step because it's going to take quite a while anyway. So thank you, Mayor Sophie, for putting it forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack has questions on the first round. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick series about something unrelated and far lower on the priority than anything we're talking about, to be very clear. the plan, even of 2 million, has never contemplated an extension of the Valley Line West out to the Lewis Farms Recreation Center and Library. Is that correct?
Sorry. Go ahead, Pablo.
Yeah, the terminus line in the city plan is the Lewis State Farms right now.
Yeah,
that it will go to right now.
Appreciate that. So I guess my question, and again, very much stating there are much greater priorities, including the motion on the floor today, right now. But if we were to ever want to consider that, which I think we should, considering the notion of 15-minute cities and having good mass transit to recreation centers and libraries, that would require a motion to add it to the consideration list, which will be prioritized amongst everything else at a later time. Would that be correct?
It would, Councillor Knack.
Okay, great. Just thank you. I will do that when it comes to council. Again, because this is more important, including the motion on the floor. But I felt I would hate to leave it stranded at some point and not connected to a major node like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Now back to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so just a few questions, kind of picking up where Councillor Paquette left off. I did have questions around what that might mean for our debt ceiling, but it sounds like that's a longer term phased out conversation. But also in terms of capacity and implications, my understanding is that this would mean we'd essentially have Metroline as well as Capital Line happening concurrently. What would that mean for our capacity for even contracting and our ability to kind of manage both at once? Mr. Laughlin?
So I think from an industry perspective, I would anticipate there is capacity because these aren't projects, and just confirming, when you say Capital Line, the current Capital Line, or are you talking about the future extension? I think that the scale of future extension for Capital Line South is one that I would say is less complex than Metro Line extension to the northwest. But I think industry would be able to support both from internal resourcing perspective. The approach we take with capital project is to scale up on the basis of the size of the capital plan, and so we would do so accordingly if we receive support from other orders of government for both of them to advance.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I guess another question that I'd have, just seeking clarity, where in the process would we be having the conversation? I recognize it's much later down the line around, that scale of P3 and city involvement. When would that happen?
As it relates to Capital and Metro Line?
Yes.
I don't anticipate we would consider a P3 from an operating perspective because the Capital and Metro Line are currently operated by ETS. A change to that would be a significant overhaul to the existing LRT system and future extensions. So I would anticipate that it would be a different tool in the toolbox in terms of construction delivery.
Okay. Yeah, and is a little granular, but just signaling related to extension of Metro Line. If you could just comment on that. I know that's been a challenge in the past. If this were to be included in phase one to 1.25, just thoughts around that and our ability to ensure that's nice and smooth.
So I'm assuming with that question, the current signaling system and the ability to interchange into the downtown tunnel.
Yes.
I think the replacement system that has been installed has the capacity to accommodate that. And part of, again, if funding is in place for the extension to the northwest, it would include more detailed analysis on signaling improvements that would need to be made. But the work that we did for the replacement system did contemplate the future expansion of the northwest.
Okay, Okay, that's great to hear. And then, yeah, just in the last minute here, just quickly speak to it. Thank you to Mayor Sohi for bringing this forward. Yeah, really, really comfortable supporting this at this time, and appreciate the speakers who came out today as well, just to voice that concern around around equity and timeline. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
It sounds like there's growing consensus for support at committee, reminding members that they'll have an opportunity to vote again and speak to it at council next week. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks. Just a few final questions, not related to the motion, if that's all right. Yeah, I just want to pick up on this question of the parallel corridors. So what I was noticing was sort of a lot of overlapping on 97th Street and down to the airport in terms of having the airport connector, the rapid route, and and the limited stop rapid routes. Just recognizing that those high frequency corridors have a high impact on surrounding neighbors, but just maybe that those neighbors won't actually benefit from actually having access if the stops are really infrequent. So just wondering, again, if that's what's intended by parallel corridors, or why we maybe aren't looking at spreading out those services on other routes.
Part of achieving that 50% mode split in city plan is going to be a really comprehensive transit system that has a variety of different methods to get around in our city, including routes that are going to go past neighborhoods because they are rapid routes, and understanding that that'll come with trade-offs for neighborhoods. Perhaps someone from the team could add more to my answer in terms of how we look at that.
Yeah, so again, as part of the next implementation, we'll be looking at these corridors, specifically this north-south one, and determining operationally what makes sense, having those conversations as part of public engagement. So we really wanted to give an idea of what the route would look like by showing this map, but by no means is it final. We definitely need to do that work to see kind of how that fits. On the note of providing some parallel routes, that was a big finding that we found. That just one mass transit route to downtown or these other areas was not enough for the system. And so in order for the entire system to work, you might have to have these parallel routes. And if you're investing in some of this infrastructure like BRT, segregated right away, there's also an opportunity to run other routes on that serve other parts of the city.
Great, thank you for that. That provides a lot of clarity. And then, yeah, I did just want to pick up on two last themes. Again, just curious about the shift to the bus route to the airport from downtown instead of the current system, sort of why that approach was taken. Again, just recognizing potentially some of the higher impacts of the bus route. And also just wondering if there's been consideration of the, I know it's kind of always been talked about, but the regional rail connection and how that plays into our mass transit planning, or if that's been excluded because we don't anticipate there'll be any intra-city connections.
Pablo, could you answer those?
Yeah, for sure. So with regard to regional rail, it wasn't included here because we don't have any certainty about what that is. If it does come online sooner, then I think that would make much more sense to connecting the downtown. There are complexities with bringing rail downtown, which means other bridge crossings. So what we really wanted to highlight, again, learning from the technical study, was that direct connection from downtown to the airport that doesn't over capacity the Capital Line, but provides that parallel route. So it's not just, yes, it's important to connect the airport, but that also provides a parallel route to the Capital Line to reduce some of that capacity that it experiences right now. And as you can see, there's other routes that are connecting these LRT routes that can kind of spread out that demand to other routes. So it does look like it is one route, but it is a system-wide thing that we're trying to accomplish with that.
And Councillor, I think we'd have to be very clear as we work on anything for connections to the airport. There's a lot of further work that would need to happen in that space, and that's this is a technical study that identifies a need for our city to be connected to the airport, and we would need to do the further work on that.
Great. Yeah, I think that helps clarify for me. And Yeah, appreciate some of that further refinement that will happen. This is definitely giving me a really good sense in terms of where this plan is in terms of the strategic level and some of that further work that will be done in subsequent phases. So that's great. Thank you so much, and thanks very much for the work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much. I just have a few more questions. First to Ms. McCabe, I just want to pick off on a comment you said at the end of my last line of questioning around the shift in growth moves from, maybe the south to the already established and already developed northwest quadrant. Wouldn't that be what we would want to see to hit that target for infill?
Councillor, sorry if I wasn't clear in my previous answer. In our entire city, we're going to need to see densification in order to support the city plan in terms of the targets that we've got to achieve for the type of city that we're trying to build that's more equitable for all Edmontonians, that it's financially sustainable as well, that it's environmentally sustainable. So,
but I think I'm specifically talking about the infill targets within the city plan.
Yeah, so the infill targets, we're going to see infill in a variety of different ways. Infill will happen as a result of large scale infill happens as a result of LRT investment, rail investment. Smaller scale infill is absolutely going to be critical to meeting the city plan targets as well in terms of, single family homes becoming duplexes or fourplexes. And that type of infill densification can happen as a result of really frequent bus and that people have the ability to be able to use bus to be able to get around their city and or bike or walk to their destinations, which is part of that 15-minute city. So it's a both and. We're going to need all types of densification in order to meet those targets in the city plan.
Yeah, thank you. And so I guess one of my questions is around the motion on the floor. It's a great motion on the floor. Does it actually change anything, or is it just because this is such a high level strategy? Are we going to be circling back to Metroline again and again and again in these conversations, I guess is my question. Like, what does this actually change in terms of administration's work?
This puts the Metroline into the first phase of planning for the city plan. So what that'll change is that'll be in the first phase in terms of the work that we're doing for this capital budget cycle, as well as the next capital budget cycle. But I also think that it'll change the advocacy priorities for both administration and city council, because LRT is typically built by 3 levels of government: municipal, provincial, and federal.
Perfect. That was my last question to administration and to the mover. Can you just clarify for me? I know that we don't want to make this a north-south debate. That I do not want to do. I'm not interested in. But so I'm glad to see you as the mayor who has that citywide lens bringing this motion forward. Could you speak to help me understand why you believe that this would be best interest of Edmonton as a whole?
Yeah. So first of all, I think it's very important to clarify that the other priority for expansion of LRT from future heritage site into South New Hospital is absolutely a priority as well. So we are not going to be taking one off the list to replace it with the other one. So I think it's very important to clarify. And also, I think it's about opportunities in every part of the city for infill, for more revitalization of the old mature neighborhoods, and also about in my mind, it's also about fairness, right? That people were promised something almost 3 decades ago and hasn't been delivered. And the more we push into the future, more demoralized people become, more disconnected they become from city process. And so I think it ties into that in my mind.
Great, thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Before I go to Mayor Sohi to close, is there anyone that wants to speak to this at committee? Keeping in mind you'll have an opportunity to speak to this at council, given today's fabulous discussion. I'm going to wait a moment. I'm not seeing anyone pop on, so I'll go to Mayor Sohi to close, and then we can proceed with the next item on the agenda and hear from speakers before the lunch break. Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank all the committee members for their time and indulgence in this, right? So we have Valley Line from Millwoods to West End under construction. It is fully funded by 3 orders of government. And our next priority is to expand from Century Park into Heritage Valley Park and Ride. That is fully funded by 3 orders of government. Then we're asking further extension from Heritage Valley into the new hospital in the south. And the cost for that project is about $200 million. And this will be a priority for funding from the federal government and the provincial government that we're including into our advocacy. So the only unfunded LRT that we have now that is under the plan is that small extension. I think this presents us an opportunity that if we prioritize Castle Downs Metro Line to continue our advocacy for additional funding from the federal government and from the provincial government, I'm very hopeful that as they set their targets on climate change and the reducing emissions, there will be more opportunities. So we don't want to lose that opportunity. That's one. The second is that these things take a long time. I remember about this time in 2008, I made a motion to expedite the route selection for the Valley Line to Millwoods. And we are in 2022. And 14 years later, it will finally happen, 15 maybe, hopefully come into service this year. So it requires a lot of planning that we need to do, and this would require that kind of planning as well, right? And, it's also about, as I said earlier on, when we promise things to community, we need to deliver on those. And I go back to our discussion in the budget on Lewis Farm Rec Center, for example. That the rec center was promised long time ago. We've been pushing it back. Finally, we got it done. I think that we need to have the same approach on the metro line expansion to Castle Downs. Let's deliver it for Edmontonians. And also, once we've done that, just so excited to see all parts of our city connected to downtown, connected to universities, connected to hospitals, and really that choice that people will have as we build that sustainable community, which that choice wouldn't exist if we don't prioritize as part of our phase 1 of the city plan. So those are the reasons that I am asking for community's support and hopefully when this goes to council and asking for the rest of the council members' support for this.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and that was Mayor Sohi closing on his motion. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display. And that is carried unanimously. So that will go up to council for perhaps further discussion and maybe even enthusiastic agreement next week. Item 6.2. So we have a presentation then we have 4 speakers registered and 2 more who've hopped on. After the administration presentation, I will come back on to pass a motion to hear from those speakers, but they should stand by as I'm not anticipating opposition. So I'll go to you, Ms. McCabe, and your team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So good morning. We're providing an overview of the bike plan implementation guide this morning and the next steps following the bike plan. These are the next steps following the bike plan that was released in 2020. This guide provides a framework for administration and stakeholders to support the evolution of active transportation as envisioned in the city plan. It'll be used to inform work planning. It'll be used to inform the mobility network assessment and capital budget recommendations. This report also includes a summary of some of the benefits of bike lanes to address the motion made by Urban Planning Committee on December 3rd, 2019. I'm here today with many members from the Planning and Environment Services branch, but Nathan Smith, our Senior Transportation Engineer, will be providing details of the report. Nathan?
Thank you, Stephanie. The The Bike Plan Implementation Guide takes its direction from the Bike Plan Strategy document and begins to map out the next steps to achieve the aspiration of the Bike Plan. Key elements of the guide include resources and timelines, project and program prioritization, the bike route planning process, maintaining an all-seasons network, and monitoring and evaluation. The city plan outlines 3 networks that make up the mobility system: active transportation, transit, and roadways and goods movement. This work focuses on the active transportation network. The Bike Plan Implementation Guide seeks to take action on the aspiration identified in the Bike Plan strategy, touching on all elements of city plan implementation. The implementation guide itself is an example of policy and regulation, and it provides direction that will impact process and service delivery, data and measurement, and people, partnerships, and change management. Next slide. The implementation guide breaks down the future network into the redeveloping areas and the developing and future growth areas. The redeveloping areas are generally the areas within Anthony Henday Drive. These areas are typically already built out, and implementing the bike network here will require the city to fund and undertake retrofit projects, resulting in an addition of approximately 400 kilometers of bike routes. The developing and future growth areas are generally outside of the Henday. Infrastructure in these areas is still in the process of being built by developers. Approximately 270 kilometers of bike routes will be built and funded by developers in these areas as part of the new neighborhood planning, design, and construction process. The bike plan did not include any concrete timelines, but the implementation plan provides a high-level estimate of what it would take to complete the network in 10 to 15 years. It's also important to note that the energy transition strategy recommends the completion of the district connector network by 2030, and work is underway to better understand the resource requirements required to support an accelerated implementation timeline. The implementation guide includes a prioritization process and the identification of near-term priorities. Generally, these priorities include links that increase network density in central areas, extend the high-quality network out from central areas, and build stronger connections to North Edmonton. Planning and design for some of these routes will start using the funding that was allocated in the capital budget adjustments in December of 2021. There are also areas of the city where there is a substantial gap in the network across multiple neighborhoods. In these locations, it will make more sense to plan the network holistically across these neighborhoods at once. We're calling these area network plans, and the opportunities are identified in yellow. There are also other elements that support biking in Edmonton that we heard about through bike plan engagement. These program areas are elements that help support making cycling a viable option through things like bike parking, end-of-trip facilities, wayfinding, and education. The implementation guide identifies priorities for this work, considering the amount of effort required and the anticipated impact of the work. Some of the program area work may be led by the city, and many of them may provide promising opportunities for partnerships with stakeholders and organizations. To support the implementation guide, administration will continue to review timelines and develop a funding recommendation for the 2023 to 2026 capital budget cycle that considers both network development and program area actions. Planning and design will continue through 2022 on some of the near-term priority locations, and administration will continue to look for opportunities to align implementation of the bike plan with other projects and in partnership with other organizations. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Marvelous. And before we go to questions of administration, we do have a number of speakers. So in addition to the speakers who we approved earlier, I will move that Urban Planning Committee add to the approved following speakers and panels. On 6.2, the Bike Plan Implementation Guide, Daniel Grist and Joe Kerr, and on 6.3, the Mobility Network Assessment, Daniel Grist. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Mayor Sohi? We just need your vote.
Yeah, just hold on. I'm just having it. Just give me 1 second. Here you go. Got it. Here you go.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the vote, and that is carried. I will check in with the speakers. Kathleen Turnock. I think they were here. Oh, there. Hello. Wonderful. You're here. Stephen Rates.
I'm present.
Robin Patches.
Good morning.
Good morning. Keith Heslinga.
You can say the last name however you like. I'm here.
How do you say it?
Heslinga is the way I say it, but my Dutch relatives say Heslinga, which is a lot harder.
All right. Well, thank you. Daniel Grist. Do we have you on the phone, Daniel? We'll perhaps come back looking for you. Joe Kerr.
I'm here, yes. Thank you.
Wonderful. So 5 out of 6 isn't bad to start. Now, some of you were here before, and you've been here before, so you know the drill. We are showing a timer on the screen for those speakers online, but we do have a speaker in chambers, which is a treat for us. And so if you are in chambers, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. Please remember that the temporary mandatory face coverings bylaw 19408 is in effect, and we ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to committee. You'll notice that members of council and administration may take off their masks while they are behind these. You can't see them, but they're super duper plexiglass barriers, but we'll put them back on while moving about the room and talking to each other during the meeting. So we appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. And in the event of emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to a muster point. And for the folks online, if you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and hang on until the end of the speakers, as members of committee may have questions for you. We're going to come up on the lunch hour here, but I want to see if we can at least hear from the speakers and get through some questions, and then we may have to come back to you after lunch. And I recognize not all of you will be able to join us again at that time, but I'd like committee to hear you. So without further ado, Ms. Turnock, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kathy Turnock. I'm an Oliver resident.
Sorry, I'll just pause your time. We'll just get your microphone on, and you get the benefit of the lights on the podium to guide your time as well.
Sounds good.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Kathy Turnock. I'm an Oliver resident. I'm a year-round cyclist, and I'm a member of Oliver Community League's Recreation Committee. I'm here today to share Oliver Community League's recommendation for bike lanes in Oliver. And next slide. Bike lane implementation in Oliver. And next slide. The Oliver Community League bike lane priorities are Victoria Park Road, 100th Avenue west of 109th Street to 116th Street, 121st Street from 102nd Street to 106th Avenue, and Victoria Promenade. Next slide. The Oliver Community League proposes an immediate closure in spring of 2022 of one lane on Victoria Park Road to create a mobility lane. Next slide. We want to continue the success that we had during the Shared Streets program in 2020 and 2021. However, the bike lane implementation guide shows the existing substandard route is not safe without adding concrete jersey barriers. And next slide. We propose closing off one of the 2 eastbound lanes on Victoria Park Road to install a mobility lane. Because there's 2 eastbound lanes, this does allow space for adding the mobility lane. We need to replace the pylons and install concrete jersey barriers to create protection for vulnerable users. And I'd like to share that my neighbor, who has a vision impairment, uses Victoria Park Road for bike commuting, and shared with me he's had several close calls with vehicles coming very close to him. We need to install ramps between the mobility lane and the sidewalk, and this would allow bikes to move between the 2 spaces along the route. And also the mobility lane can accommodate the bus stop. The previous closure during Shared Streets turned out not to be necessary. And next slide. Why is it necessary to create the mobility lane? The current sidewalk along Victoria Park Road is in poor condition. It's too narrow to safely accommodate pedestrian and bike traffic, and the adjacent ground is eroded and it's not safe for passing. Next slide. The usage has really outgrown the sidewalk. It's a popular route that needs more capacity and space, and it's one of the easiest routes for all abilities to access and experience the river valley, which is really the jewel of our city. Next slide. Also, active transportation is changing, and Victoria Park Road requires a mobility lane now. E-bikes, cargo bikes, and e-scooters are gaining in popularity, and cargo bikes are usually carrying children, and they take up more space than traditional bikes. The mobility lane would separate cyclists and e-scooters from pedestrians, and it provides a safe space for cyclists, as many don't feel safe on the 60-kilometer-per-hour road. Next slide. The lane closure was really popular during the Shared Streets project in 2020 and 2021, and we have a snapshot here provided by the City of Edmonton showing that on August 28th of 2020, we had 906 total users, and on August 29th, 746. Next slide. We also propose 100th Avenue. There's an existing bike path, and we'd like it to continue west of 109th Street. And this slide shows that 100th Avenue does currently have the space for two-way traffic as well as a protected bike lane. And next slide. Also, we want to add a protected bike lane or maybe a separated sidewalk on 121st Street North from Jasper. The bike implementation guide shows that the existing substandard route, there's no dividers with cyclists vulnerable to car doors and cars pulling out into the bike lane. And I do have a friend that even this fall had a collision with a taxi driver who opened his door as my friend was going down this bike lane. And the taxi driver had no idea that it was a bike lane. And as well, it's not cleared in winter, and I use it myself, and I know I've had to go up on the sidewalk, which is against bylaw, but it's not safe in winter when it's not cleared. This has been identified as a near-term priority. Next slide. Finally, we want to propose a protected bike lane on Victoria Promenade. The bike lane implementation guide shows an existing substandard route has no dividers, and the cyclists are riding against traffic on this route. And during winter, when the path is not maintained, this becomes even more dangerous. And next slide. Thank you so much for your time and consideration with our presentation on this critically important infrastructure project. Its successful completion, starting this spring with Victoria Park Road, will create safety and harmony for Edmonton's motorists and cyclists.
Thank you. And I apologize, I let your time run on a little long there. Next up is Mr. Rates.
Yes, good morning, members of committee and all council members who are joining in today. We're really thankful for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stephen Rates, and I'm here on behalf of Paths for People. Just as a backgrounder, we're a nonprofit based in Edmonton, focused on making Edmonton a more multimodal city that's a friendlier place to get around, whether you're walking, rolling, gliding, cycling. We are here today to speak about the bike implementation plan and our support of it. We are really enthusiastically supportive of the approach utilized to building out our network of mobility lanes, shared use paths, and cycling infrastructure. We've been really appreciative of administration's efforts to engage over 11,000 Edmontonians in the development of this plan, and we believe that the implementation process that we've got now reflects what we heard in, or what was heard by the city in that really in-depth engagement process that happened over the past few years. The implementation plan's engagement and project approaches set for developing the network going forward around different kinds of areas of the city reflect the different considerations we have just regarding land use context and transportation context throughout the city. So I think we think the analysis regarding allocating the resources for the plan and to build this actual transportation infrastructure reflects best practices for city buildings and or city building as a process, and also just reflects the different needs across our city. The rigorous planning that is behind implementing a safe mobility network for those rolling, scooting, or biking across our city is vitally important. I think everybody can recognize here that Edmonton is not currently the safest place or the most accessible place to get around actively in. We have missing sidewalk links, cycling infrastructure that is really only utilizable by the most confident cyclists, unsafe intersections for people walking, rolling, biking, or driving. This all means taken in congregate that we don't currently have options for everybody to get around actively right now. And we want to move to a city where we can do that. So we can acknowledge, though, that we've taken really positive steps in the last few years regarding active transportation. And this plan is going to help us continue moving forward and moving faster. The implementation of this plan will move us closer towards the vision that we've all agreed to within City Plan, which sees Edmonton become a more sustainable city to move around in from a social, economic, and environmental lens. Over the past year, we've been engaging with our community, our Paths for People members, with the idea of a 15-minute community that is centered within the city plan through programming like our 15-minute city challenge and advocacy through the last municipal election. And we really get the sense that Edmontonians want a city where they have realistic transportation choices that are safe, accessible, and for all ages and all abilities. And the bike plan is really and its implementation is a key part of achieving that vision. So let's friggin' do this thing. We're really excited. Let's build a network of mobility lanes, shared use paths, and cycling infrastructure. And to do this, we really need to set aside the resources to build and maintain this network. We know today's meeting is not about setting aside those resources directly and getting the ball rolling on everything, but it provides the first opportunity to have a talk about how we will go about doing this. And we really believe it is vital that the 2023 to 2026 capital and operating budget properly fund the implementation of the bike plan. If we have a goal of 50% mode shift towards active and transit modes in the long term, our transportation project budgets really need to reflect this. And additionally, it's important to recognize investing in or building out our active transportation network reflects a more localized and neighborhood-oriented approach to both improving mobility and recreation opportunities throughout our city that really, really aligns with city plan. So as we move through the budget process, we encourage council members to be bold in the resources that we're setting aside to improve transportation options and recreation opportunities throughout the city. We advocate that leading into these discussions in the coming months, council provide direction to administration to develop options for bike plan implementation, timelines, and resources, including implementation within one budget cycle in alignment with the climate energy transition strategy, which would be by 2030, and within the timeline that's allocated within this implementation plan currently. We look forward to engaging with council members on this topic and are open to taking any questions that you may have today. So thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Aids. And Mr. Patches.
Thank you. I am only present to help in the question and answer period and support our committee member who made a presentation earlier. Thank you.
So questions only?
Correct.
Wonderful. Well, wonderful. Thank you for clarifying. Mr. Haslinga.
Thank you so much. Let me just get my notes going here. My name is Keith. Hello, members of the Urban Planning Committee. And I'm here on behalf of Bike Edmonton. We're the old Edmonton bicycle commuters. And we have old executive members who are now on council and are really excited about that. And we're really happy to share our thoughts about the bike implementation plan. Bike Edmonton believes in bike lanes for Edmontonians. We're excited to see this bike implementation plan, and we're very thankful to the city administration and council for the work that has gone into the bike plan and the bike implementation plan. We're pleased to support the bike implementation plan. Everything I'm going to tell you today is focused on one fact, and that's Edmontonians do not cycle on a plan for their active transportation around the city. Edmontonians use infrastructure, the roads, sidewalks, and bike lanes that the city builds and maintains. The bike implementation plan is only useful if it leads to the actual creation of bike infrastructure. Therefore, Bike Edmonton is focused on the project planning, funding, and execution of Edmonton's active transportation network. Make no mistake, our members will not be satisfied by a plan. Our members demand that we, Bike Edmonton, advocate the city to fulfill its obligations to build safe transportation infrastructure so that Edmontonians can safely travel throughout the city by bicycle and other means. In light of this, we'd like to bring forward our concerns. around the project planning, and all these, I'm going to refer to the city documents here. On page 9 of the implementation plan, bridges are not included in the budgeted costs. However, in the appendix, the high-level bridge is listed as one of the high priority items. In page 5 of today's administration report, trips across the high-level bridge are used as a proxy for the proportion of cyclists that ride year-round. According to a Stantec study from February 2018, remediating the substandard bike lane is estimated to cost $23 million, or approximately 10% of the city's portion of the implementation's planned cost, just for this one project. How can the city plan to implement the supposedly high priority item, yet not provide any plan to pay for it? For adaptive reuse, the bike implementation plan assumes that all active transportation network is a new build. There's no discussion of adaptive reuse of redundant car roadway. For example, COVID has shown that both Victoria Park Road and Saskatchewan Drive can easily adapt to one car lane and one active transportation lane. The city has done this twice in the last 2 years. Why has the implementation plan not included this sort of adaptive reuse as an easy way to build our bike network? Concerning the execution, the city has provided a timetable to finish the bike plan in approximately 10 to 15 years. While we applaud this claim, we note that it's been taken from September 2020 to February 2022 to create a plan to implement a plan. The implementation plan was originally scheduled for May 2021, meaning that this work took twice as long to finish as expected. How can we be confident that the city is going to achieve its goals when the performance to this date has been rather disappointing? I want to talk about the administration car culture. The bike implementation plan notes that money can be saved by including active transportation projects as a part of other capital projects. However, there's no indication how or if these project teams will collaborate. The Ada Boulevard Bridge is a cautionary tale. What can happen when proper oversight is missing? In that case, the bridge had a concrete guardrail that was insufficient for cyclist safety and fell far short of the city's own published standards. Even when active transportation users brought the problems forward to the city's attention, the city project team did not envision the bridge as an asset for all users, instead proposing a sign admonishing all users other than motor vehicles to avoid the car portion of the bridge. How will the city ensure well-executed active transportation projects when this has proven to be a challenge less than 6 months ago? Funding. Because the implementation does not include all costs involved to build the bike plan, such as the aforementioned high-level bridge, and due to the time lost to planning delays, Bike Edmonton is looking for a financial commitment from the city larger than the administration's request and front-loaded in the next 4-year budget cycle. If the city truly values the bike implementation plan, then Bike Edmonton would expect council to show their commitment through dedicated funding in the capital budget. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm planning to stay after lunch if required.
Thank you. And has Daniel Grist been able to join us?
As far as I know, no.
All right. We'll see if he does. He's also on for after on item 6.3. Joe Kerr.
Hello, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a new resident to the city of Edmonton. I outreached to Councillor Hamilton before Christmas, and I'm an active transport enthusiast. I've cycled in Toronto, California, Maine, everywhere I've lived, and I'm excited to move to a city that has a plan and an implementation guide. And I won't belabor too many points because they echo a lot of Keith's points that he raised as well. And I think the main feedback would be that I've seen in the city is a use of space, public space, which roads are, for private things such as cars. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for cost savings that the plan kind of overlooks, and I think that would be low-hanging fruit. I think I come from a startup background. I do medical device development. Fail fast, fail early, and having a bit of that mindset of pop-up bike lanes, getting feedback. The implementation guide has 10-year timeframes for feedback on mode, transport, how people are getting around. That we can use Google Maps data in real time. We can see what kind of journeys people are making. We can speed up this process with some thoughtful uses of technology and having a willingness to outreach to people. And so that was my other point, is making some of these guides, the plan and the implementation guide, a little less dense for the regular public, having a Coles Notes sheet, and then promoting it more widely. Most people I've met in the city don't really know too much about it, aren't engaged, and car culture is kind of just the default mode. So I think the combination of outreach and making these changes more quickly, maybe more cheaply, and getting people on board will provide positive feedback. And it's kind of self-fulfilling. If you build it and no one uses it because no one knows it, then there's not going to be further infrastructure built. So I'm happy to move here, and I wanted people to know that it's really good to have a plan like this. But it's definitely something that I believe, for my kids' sake, needs to be moved forward. We're the only people out there walking to daycare or going to the grocery store or biking to get our restaurant. We can see that there's a long way to go, and I want to help. And this is an opportunity to meet people who are involved and move this process forward, because I really feel if the city's going to grow and densify, this is going to have to change. You can't add more people without adding this stuff preemptively. It's going to create problems, and there will be friction as there's a change. So I think the council should be brave in moving it forward, because this is the status quo. And to be fair, driving around here is fairly easy. It is the default option for our family. In a lot of cases, it is easy, but I'd like to see that change. And I thank you for having the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. And I still don't think we have Mr. Grist on the line. So I'll go to questions of our speakers. And Councillor Salvador, you selected this, so I'll go to you first.
Sure. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And really want to thank each and every one of the speakers who joined us today for sharing your perspectives. And I think I'm going to start with, Mr. Rates. One of the things that you mentioned was a lot of our infrastructure is really only used by competent cyclists. And I guess if you could elaborate on that, we want to try to build a city that, of course, is accessible and safe for all ages and abilities. Is that a matter of the physical infrastructure itself? Is it the type of infrastructure? Is it a matter of the connectivity of the network itself? Both? Could you expand on that?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think those factors work in collaboration, and the bike plan outlines the kind of standards we need to set of all ages and all abilities, and outlining district connectors and a broader plan for connectivity across the city. Because especially if we're trying to introduce folks who don't currently cycle around as an option, if we want to introduce them to that, they really need to have something that makes them feel safe for their ability level, and provides a full coherent journey from point A to point B. That's how you're going to actually encourage and facilitate mode shift. And I think the city's really taken positive steps forward in certain parts of the city. And with some of those near-term priority projects, we're going further in the right direction. And so that's why it's just so pivotal to move forward with this whole plan in a manner that reflects some of our priorities as a city.
Yeah, absolutely. I thank you for that. And I guess just building on that, a number of our speakers spoke to sort of the pace of implementation as well. And Mr. Rates, you mentioned, and please elaborate around the development of options for implementation as well, and potentially within one budget cycle. I guess could you speak to that? And maybe I see a real direct link with our climate goals as well. Could you speak about the tie-in there? You briefly did, but I'd like to hear more.
Yeah. So we would say the implementation of this is complicated, and the implementation plan reflects that complexity. And there are great ways to continue doing the approaches that we've done in the past with neighborhood renewal or arterial renewal, capturing active transportation and prioritizing it to ensure that we do instill that better sense of connectivity. And so we'd want to see that move forward. We also think it's really vital to set aside funding that just solely at its core, like supports active transportation projects, akin to the missing links sort of format that we've used, but instead of going back every year to try and fill a couple more gaps at the supplemental budget through the supplemental budget process. Instead of that, just setting it out from the forefront and acknowledging that this is a priority for our council and for our community in this next 4 years is really important. And with the timelines, I think we're talking to council, we're talking to the community, and realizing that it would be good to explore options of how fast we do this. We understand that the plan itself right now discusses a 15-year timeline. It also discusses a alignment with the climate energy transition strategy. I'm not sure if I got that 100% correct, but that would be by 2030. And I think a lot of Edmontonians recognize that we're in a climate emergency, and our transportation system is the largest contributor at a community scale to emissions. And so bike plan implementation can be a part of meeting that challenge. And I think a sooner budget implementation, like within one cycle, should be explored too, to provide council with legitimate options when it comes to that time. So not saying we need to go with a route right now, but provide a spectrum of options for you folks to have a really fulsome conversation about in the fall.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I'll follow up with admin in a bit. But with my last minute, I also wanted to go to Mr. Helsinka. Did I say that right? Apologies. But I also wanted to tap into your point around kind of front loading, I think is what you referred to, some of the funding for active transit. I'm wondering if you could speak to that. I know oftentimes when we're thinking about active transit, there's kind of two approaches. You go really slow and you pull the Band-Aid off really, really slowly, or you can rip it off fast. I'm wondering, in your experience, obviously you're pretty tapped into the cyclist community. What would be the preference, I guess? And recognizing our ultimate goal is to increase that ridership, have a safe, connected mobility network that encourages increased ridership. Can you talk a little bit about that and reflect on your comment there?
You betcha. I think that if I was to reflect on that as a advocate, but also as a taxpayer and as a member of the community, we would prefer that you front loaded the construction of the projects. So if you can get some really easy wins like Saskatchewan Drive or Victoria Park Hill and just do those immediately, that's fantastic. But knowing that, like, we've already lost time in this process, and the only way to get it back is by funding it now. So rather than saying we're going to spread the funding over however long we think we're going to do it, well, let's get some time back by bringing projects forward more quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you so much for those answers.
So I'm looking to committee for your sort of permission to allow Councillor Jans, that we extend orders to allow Councillor Jans to answer his questions, because I believe that might be allow the speakers to complete sort of what they have to say, and then we can get back to questions of administration after lunch. And I'd be looking for that as unanimous consent. So if there's an objection, you'll just need to vocalize that. All right, I'm not hearing objections. So Councillor Jans, you have 5 minutes to speakers, and then after that we will break for lunch. Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans.
Madam Chair, I saw that he had left the meeting, so perhaps his connection got broken.
All right, then I'll call orders. We'll come back at 1 p.m. or 1:30, sorry, to recommence questions of speakers. If they can't return, please send a note to the clerk. As I understand, it may have limitations given that time. Thank you, and we'll see you at 1:30.
like us to continue to wait for the chair?
Yeah, let us resume. I believe that we still have questions of speakers, so we will now go to Councillor Jans.
Could we just do a quick roll call? I'm very sorry. I just am not 100% sure.
I saw everyone, but let's do it formally. Okay, so let's do a roll call for members of Urban Planning Committee. And I can just pull it up here. Don't see the agenda. So there it is.
Hi, Chair.
So Councillor Principe.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I see you there. And Councillor Salvador, I also see you there. But go ahead. Hello. And I apparently Councillor Hamilton will be returning as soon as she's able.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much for picking up.
There we go.
Councillor.
I didn't get a chance to introduce the councillors who are also here that are not on committee.
You didn't? Okay, so I'll pick that up. Councillor Jans. Present? Maybe? Okay.
Here, sorry, here.
Yeah. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Mayor Sohi, who I think, no, he's technically on committee, so I don't know if you confirmed him. No, I'm not, okay. Well, if he comes, then he'll say hello. Councillor Tang.
Hi, everyone.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Wright.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello. So we left off with questions of speakers. Councillor Jans, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I understand my colleagues before lunch did approve an extension, and I had already left by then, so I thank you for your generosity and apologize for my early departure. My question is, Mr. Wright's still on the call?
Yeah, I'm present.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. And thank all of the speakers for your presentation. Certainly echo the concern about how do we accelerate and how do we make sure that we get the project done. Because, planning and consultation and other measures take time, one of my short-term goals is I'd like to see a lot more focus on end of trip facilities, particularly bike storage, bike lockups. I was wondering if through the paths engagement, one of the barriers I've heard frequently is concern about bike theft, especially for concerns about bike theft around e-bikes. And I was just wondering if either through the paths data or through the research by, and I can pivot to Mr. Hesslinger afterwards too, but if there's, how do one of the barriers, how do we get more people biking with fear of bike theft?
So thank you very much for that question. We've actually had lots of good conversations with several councillors recently about this kind of idea and recognize that it is complex and it touches many issues of city building around design and allocating the space for this kind of thing. But then on the other end, a lot of people who participate in or who are taking these bikes are experience marginalization in other aspects. And so, the idea that, we'd want to not further harm those folks, but create a better society where they're supported is something that we contemplate a lot in this conversation. But I think on the actual tactical, like the implementation end, a key thing that we've been engaged with recently with some smaller projects at ETS, just with the potential for implementing bike storage. And our understanding is that they're attempting to move forward with some smaller scale projects at specific stations, but that, it is limited in some extent to current funding that's allocated for it, but looking at things like bike parking that's connected to technology so that it's almost like an app, more substantial bike storage facilities that actually, not necessarily like a bike cage, but, actual facility that has an entrance and an exit that can be, that can deter people stealing bikes and that kind of thing. So yeah, we recognize it's multifaceted, and we see the city attempting to move forward right now, but that I think it's a bit resource constrained, and that if we'd really want to amplify those ideas, we may need to allocate more resources to the actual development of the facilities themselves to actually support people in ensuring their bikes stay safe.
And Mr. Hessinger, do you want to pivot off of that too?
I would love to, and I'm sorry that I don't necessarily have a real great answer. I feel like in a lot of cases, one of the things that can reduce bike thefts for the individual is if there are so many people biking that there are just all these bikes. I know that as part of Bike Edmonton, one of the things that we do is we provide, a way to fix your bike and a way to have, like an inexpensive bike, so it's not as painful to lose it. I know that's not a real great thing to say to someone who's just lost a bike, but I think in the grand scheme of things, like losing a whole bike costs you less than losing a catalytic converter. But end of trip facilities, I know, is important in the bike implementation plan, and having places to securely store your bikes and having a streetscape where there's lots of people around to see what's going on also reduces bikes. So I feel like this is like a multifaceted approach that, like, as city plan goes ahead, will hopefully in some ways solve itself. Sorry if I didn't give you a great answer.
No, that is a great answer. And my final question, just an anecdote. I met and maybe, well, no, I'm running out of time. I'll share the anecdote, and somebody else could probably pivot off of it next time. I met a woman who said that she was 70. She bought an electric bike because she still wants to be biking when she's 80. And I see that attitude reflected in the plan. I was wondering if speakers wanted to talk about that as well, about all ages cycling, but I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Guess the two, I'll actually see the same two speakers. Recognizing, I think in recent years, your organization's efforts in reaching diverse communities. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about equity piece when it comes to active transportation infrastructure. You mentioned age, you mentioned ability, but I'm also wondering if you can talk a little bit about when it comes to also the suburban population, and how do you see this plan benefit the whole of the city, and in neighborhoods that are not typically your essential and core neighborhoods that have a lot of these infrastructures. So maybe Stephen, I'll start with you if that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to dwell on and to kind of dredge out of the plan, that we believe that it's setting a really good course to be followed moving forward, and that for neighborhoods that are being built right now, the expectation is that it's developers paying for the infrastructure to be put into those neighborhoods, and that infrastructure being a higher quality than we've seen in the past supports future communities in ensuring that getting around, walking or rolling or biking is a viable option for them. And I think we can always see that standard improved, but that piece of building out neighborhoods right now is heading in the right direction. And then the other piece is looking at the kind of distances that are identified for network expansion in like outside of the core, outside of the urban, but within the suburban. Seeing that identified, outlined, and costed is really important. And I think the speed with which that we can move forward with this plan means that those areas can get improved sooner, because I think it's really become a resident note of people's experience in the city getting around, is that they would like to have options, and that's options in all different kinds of communities. And those options may look different in suburbs facility-wise or infrastructure-wise, but they still want to have the option there. And so I think we see that identified, that priority identified within the bike plan implementation, within some of the distances in the maps, like identifying that infrastructure is going to get there. And we think it's a priority to move faster so that we can actually provide people with the infrastructure so that they can get around in the sooner rather than the later.
Awesome, thank you. I'm wondering, Keith, if you want to build on that, recognizing, your locations are fairly centrally located. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Can you just repeat the question one more time so I'm making sure I answer it the way you want.
Yeah, just that, there's a perception that when it comes to active transportation infrastructure, it really benefits a lot of folks in the central and core neighborhoods, and I'm thinking much wider than, the city. It is, spread out, and how can this plan benefit Edmontonians everywhere?
If you spend any time looking at an isochrone, which is basically how far can you travel in a certain period of time, in an urban environment, like in built environment, like a city, a bicycle is almost as fast as a car, and transit is almost as fast as walking. So basically anywhere outside of your urban areas, your choices are car or bike, or hopefully you're right next to an LRT station, or like that's about it. So that's right, like that's kind of your only option from our point of view of an easy way to move efficiently in the city. There's a trap in getting in building, like Horse Hills, for example, is as far out as St. Albert. St. Albert has a great bike network. Edmonton has a decent bike network connected to St. Albert, but it's hard to bike from St. Albert to Edmonton because the distances are so far. So some of that is working against like the areas outside the Henday. It's a long way to bike, even if you're right like 40 and in great shape or have an e-bike. That's still a lot of effort compared to biking inside the already built environment. That's why people bike close to downtown, because there's lots of stuff that's already close to each other. Anyway.
Okay, great. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yeah, just a few very quick questions for the speakers. Mr. Rates, I just wanted to say, I was getting so excited reading this report and just wondering if I was missing anything, but was really pleased to hear your enthusiastic support. So really appreciate you taking the time to come out today. Is someone from the Oliver Community League still on the line? Either Mr. Patches or Ms. Turnock? No, maybe
I am
not.
here virtually, so Robin Patches is still here.
Oh, okay. Hi, Robin. Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation and the highlighting of some of the key priorities, and I'll certainly be asking some follow-up questions about Victoria Park Road. And just wanted to sort of reiterate, I know that one of the criteria in sort of the prioritization of the bike plan is the community willingness and public support. And just want to kind of get your sense, do you feel that in Oliver, those projects are really welcomed and looked for by the community?
Yeah, certainly. I think we've heard resoundingly from our residents in multiple forums, both anecdotally throughout the streets, as well as even just visually as we're walking in the community, seeing people and how well populated and bustling those areas of the community are. And both at our feedback from our various committees and from our board members, it's been a resounding support for supplementing bike infrastructure, as well as finding the gaps that we presented on today for further improvement. It's been very well received in the core and has enabled a lot of people who wouldn't otherwise have the same level of mobility to feel safe commuting via foot, bike, wheelchair throughout the core and Oliver.
Great. And this might be a really difficult question to ask, but I'm thinking about some of the ways to accelerate, recognizing that there are priorities across the city. And I was wondering what you may think or residents may think about using some of the developer contributions or amenity contributions that happen in Oliver to accelerate some of the bike planning work, or does the Community League have other aspirations or priorities for how that funding's used?
I think we'd certainly be open to having a conversation with the City of Edmonton and developers to use the community amenity contributions to further develop the bike network. I know that bylaw is quite complex and I'm not entirely familiar with it myself. And I don't believe it's actually been implemented to build any kind of infrastructure quite yet. It's been primarily on-site improvements and beautification usage. However, I think it'd be important to make sure that if we were to go down that route, that we do it in a good amount of time that sets a good precedent for other investment in the community. I certainly think there's possibilities there for that. As far as the Community League, we always have infrastructure that we're hoping to work on as well, but we want to make sure that we're prioritizing our own infrastructure needs with those that the community have asked for. And we've seen resoundingly that folks are looking for active transport and the improvement of what we have. So I think we'd be happy to explore using those funds.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to be here and for bringing that voice to the table. And thanks to all the speakers. It was great to hear from you all. I'll yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And I believe that Councillor Salvador has one more round of questions for speakers, and then we will proceed to questions of administration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering, is Joe Kerr still online with us? Mr. Kerr? Not hearing him. That's okay. Oh, yes.
I'm here. I stay home with my daughter. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to thank you for speaking today, I guess. You mentioned you have lived in numerous other cities, cycled everywhere. And I'm wondering, recognizing a lot of global cities around the world are taking some fairly bold steps when it comes to active transportation and cycling networks. How do you see Edmonton fitting into that? And do you see our bike plan implementation as a way to sort of catch up if implemented in a relatively quick fashion?
I definitely see it as an asset for the city, even just having something that's kind of robust that's looking at it. It would certainly attract more residents. We talked about equity earlier. I forget which councillor mentioned it, but active transport is fairly equitable because it's low cost, doesn't burden people with car ownership and all the associated costs with that. So it in and of itself is kind of a tool of increasing equity and making sure it's available to all neighborhoods so that people don't have to be burdened with the cost of the car and being more active. So I think, if Edmonton builds it out, it's a real asset. It's almost kind of table stakes for global cities now. I see, having lived in the Bay Area in Mountain View near Google, and then also in Toronto for a number of years. So I definitely see it as almost table stakes, but certainly still a draw for new residents.
Okay, well, I appreciate your thoughts on that, and I recognize it's kind of becoming that new baseline when it comes to globally competitive cities. And I also had a question for Ms. Turnock from Oliver Community League. Is she with us, or?
She was in person here. She, I think, departed over the lunch hour.
Okay, maybe then for Mr. Patches, I'm just wondering, we heard about the success of the Shared Streets program on Victoria Park Road, and we got a bit of a glimpse at some of the quantitative data associated with that. But even on the qualitative side, I'm wondering, can you enlighten us around just some of the, I guess, stories and experiences you heard, all ages and abilities that were using that space? I heard some positive things, but of course you're on the ground in the neighborhood.
Yeah, certainly. I think I'll start with one of the ones that was highlighted in the presentation, but not necessarily spoken to. And that was the success of some folks pushing their children with strollers. In one of the slides, you saw two strollers kind of meeting on the current existing sidewalk. And in fact, the current existing sidewalk isn't wide enough for two strollers to cross. One of them would have to kind of put its wheels into the worn out mud and then allow the other to go and then go forward. So a lot of what we saw on the ground and what we heard from people was that all choices of transportation were able to exist in one area with that shared use path. So strollers, wheelchairs, e-bikes, walking. And I know a lot of people voiced that they felt a lot more safe in each of those modalities using that area, because typically that road can be a bit of a drag strip coming up. 60 kilometers an hour is the limit, but that's certainly not what we see in practice. So folks do definitely feel unsafe going down on the road as per bylaw, and having that mobility lane was a massive positive in the summer.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for your thoughts there. And just with my last minute here, I'm going to go to Mr. Rates for my final question. You mentioned that, of course, building out good cycling, walking, rolling infrastructure is not just for mobility and commuting, it's also for recreational purposes. I'm wondering, can you speak to, I guess, those two different dimensions? Because not everyone's gonna cycle for commuting purposes, but what's the recreational side of this conversation? We haven't really heard too much about that.
Yes, absolutely. I think the recreational side is often where people can dip their toes in, try things out, and then begin to extend themselves into being a more utilitarian cyclist. So like there's that really important dimension of it. This is a good way of opening the door to people, and especially on Councillor Tang's comments or questions earlier regarding the suburbs. I think especially in the suburbs, that's how it's regarded right now, that active transportation can be used recreationally. But if we provide people with the infrastructure, really enhance it, it can support that recreational need, but then also support the more utilitarian need that we want to compel for mode shift and those kind of goals. So yeah, I definitely think there's that aspect. And I know we're using up the time, but just one last note. I think that recreational side is also where a lot of Edmontonians are at. You know, for the palatability of cycling within their communities, they can accept it if it is recreational. And so I think that framing is really important when we roll this out, because that's going to be the first way they utilize it, and then can also lead them into becoming more confident or using cycling as a mode of transportation to get around for day-to-day needs. So thank you for that follow-up.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, do you have questions for speakers or for administration?
If I could just one question first, the speakers before they
yes
disappear.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess Mr. Rates, I'm just wondering, just sort of following up on Councillor Salvador's questioning there, is there any benefit that you can see for making those little short connections? Looking at the map, I'm just wondering if we can increase people's ability to use bikes by maybe just filling in those missing links that have been identified.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal question or topic to kind of zero in on, and noting that it is kind of one of the priority categories that's outlined within the bike plan implementation. Those missing links are really one of the last barriers to get over to ensure that we have a fully connected network. And so, yeah, not only are you going to enhance people's joy, being able to access cycling for recreation throughout their communities and across different neighborhoods, different parts of the city, but then you also open it up as a valid transportation choice. So that's personally why I got really involved with this work, is because I see it as something that you can get, you can check lots of boxes. You can appease lots of different needs that people have by investing in active transportation infrastructure. And you can also do it at like a really low cost compared to other kinds of infrastructure. So those missing links piece are something that we're really excited about. And I think going forward, it's very vital that we have a kind of funding model set aside that ensures that we can just continue filling those gaps in our transportation system. And it isn't necessarily a conversation every supplemental budget cycle. It just is a part of how we build, renew, and maintain our city.
So thank you. And I'm just wondering if should that be taken into account in the prioritization that you, because I've heard from some residents that, you know, if they just had that, you know, that little extra section of pathway or roadway or whatever available, they could make it to work on their bike.
And so to follow this thread a little bit further, it's our perspective that the implementation plan does create the opportunity to prioritize those missing links. And I think by their nature of being lower cost, higher impact, that they'll naturally be prioritized when we really start to move forward on this work. But yeah, there could be, I guess, additional emphasis placed on filling missing links, especially in the suburban context, because I think that's where it is at times the most like Swiss cheese, and there's just you're almost there, but you're not. Yeah, I guess I think the plan itself does lend itself to that, but there could be, with faster prioritization, a greater emphasis on filling some of those missing links.
Great, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Going now, I think that's it for questions of speakers. Thank you so much for your time today and for sticking around over the lunch hour to come back and finish the question and answer session with you. I'll go now to questions of administration. And while the list loads, Councillor Salvador, you selected this item, so I'll go to you first for questions.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I guess I'll just start with timelines. So, you know, I recognize that the timelines and targets that are associated with our energy transition strategy would actually require an acceleration of the implementation of the bike network. And I'm wondering, right now it does say there's that 10 to 15 year implementation timescale, but I guess what would be required to better align those and to ensure we're actually meeting those goals?
Councillor Salvador, if that was the will of council for us to align the bike plan with the energy transition, I think we'd need a motion to explore what that could look like.
Okay, and yeah, I have some draft wording there, and maybe I'll come around for a second round to put that out there. But I do have some other questions. So one of the things I was wondering about when it speaks about funding and delivery methods in the bike plan implementation guide, I recognize that in most recent years we've done that through our growth program. But that often can leave some gaps. Particularly, I'm thinking of neighborhood renewal. I'm thinking of a local example in Otwell where we're going to be getting some fantastic infrastructure on the interior of the neighborhood, but sometimes there's those gaps that don't actually connect to the broader network. And one of the suggestions in the implementation guide was initiating a capital profile to actually mitigate some of those gaps. And I guess I'm just wondering what would be required to do that? Have we explored that? Yeah, if you could just tell me a little bit more about what that suggestion was and how administration sees that rolling out.
Could somebody from the team provide an answer to that?
Sure, yeah. So actually, as part of the report that's coming a bit later on the mobility network assessment, it starts to talk about that a little bit more. So what some of these other programs could look like to deal with multiple improvements citywide. So I think it's part of our vision that if there was a profile that was funded, we'll talk about it a little bit more with that discussion, but that would kind of be the pot that could be used when those gaps come up.
So tactically speaking, Councillor Salvador, we'd advance a capital budget profile as part of the next capital budget cycle to address that challenge.
Okay, gotcha. Well, thank you for that. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and I also, oh, did my clock restart?
I think it just never started.
Okay, I'll just ask one more just
I think
to
you're
wrap
under
up there.
5.
But on cost,
It did start in.
Sorry, I think it started and then it reset. So my apologies. I'll maybe come back to you on a second round.
Sounds good.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the councillor for my ward, it is my responsibility to relay this message from the constituents. I know that the bike lanes are not a priority for the constituents in my area. Now, having said that, an example is 132 Avenue. It's not only my ward, but it is 2 other wards on either side of my ward that are also involved. And I cannot speak for those constituents, but in my ward in Testawinawak, I am a link between, or this ward is a link between those 2 paths. And I know that many constituents have asked that possibly we look into something as a shared use path as opposed to actual bike lanes. Is that something that could be a consideration?
When we get to the more detailed planning stages of each of the bike facilities, we do look at what type of facility would be best, and perhaps somebody from IIS is online to speak to how they do that work.
Councillor Principe, it's actually active engagement that we're doing right now. It's part of what we would do from a planning and design perspective to engage. However, you've noted this before that the perception that there's an option. I think part of advancing the bike network is to make sure that we have support from council around implementing these types of systems. So the engagement does happen, but we do get put into a little bit of a press sometimes where community feedback identifies a different priority. So we're always trying to find the balance. I think I could say for 132 is to make sure that we have some continuity in the system and that's our goal, but engagement is certainly a part of it.
Okay, and with the implementation guide, has it been taken into consideration the possibility of vehicles cutting through residential areas in order to bypass roads that maybe have a slower speed or bike lanes? Has that been a consideration?
When we develop these types of networks that we bring forward, we do regional travel modeling that looks at what the best areas are for which types of facilities that we're recommending in terms of, is it a bike facility or a transit facility? So I'd say at a more at a larger scale in terms of citywide, councillor, but I wouldn't say at individual roads.
Okay, good. And another concern I have is if we're using, or if people are expected to use bikes as a means of transportation, once they do get to their destination, and I did hear some of the speakers speaking to this, which is great, but where would people be leaving their bikes, storing their bikes so that they're not being stolen? Is that something that will be a responsibility of the businesses, of the city, a combination?
Great question, because end of trip facilities, as you've pointed out, are really important for encouraging people to use bikes. And perhaps somebody from the team could speak to what we've put in the plan and how we look at end of trip facilities in the city as a whole.
Sure, I can speak to that a bit. So yeah, end of trip facilities, generally that's something we heard a lot about through the bike plan, this concern about security with locking people's bikes up. And it would be a combination likely of public and private development that provides these opportunities. So through the zoning bylaw, for example, there are bicycle parking requirements that buildings are required to provide with their development, but that's usually to serve the specific development. And then at the same time, from the city perspective, we often look at, okay, in terms of general on-street or secure bike parking, what we can provide to serve an area more broadly rather than specific buildings. So that is one of the program areas that's identified in the bike plan and something that we would consider when we're looking at how to move those actions forward.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Knack. Oh, wait, sorry, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to follow up a little bit on the expansion plans. One of the things that we've noticed is that the more bike lanes we have, the more uptake we have in use of bike lanes. And of course, I think we're calling them multi-use paths now because it's not exclusively used by bikes, is it?
I believe they're called shared use
Shared
paths.
use
Did
paths,
somebody
there we go.
correct both of
Try to
us?
keep up with the terminology. Yeah, shared use paths, because we get seniors using the lanes either in their scooters or as a safer way to walk. We're getting families with strollers, we're getting people with mobility issues and bikes. So this is really more of a safer and more direct route for a lot of folks who otherwise either cannot or would prefer not to use the sidewalk for their mode of transportation. Is that right?
Absolutely correct. Shared use paths can be used by all people of all ages, of all abilities, and that is really one of the principles of the plan itself.
Okay, and I think, gee, was it 2015? We had some statistics on bike lane or just bike trips. People that took trips on their bikes, and I think it was something like 56,000 people in that year.
Someone
Or
from the team
56,000
would have to.
trips. I don't know if
Yeah.
it was people. It was 56,000 trips.
Who can help with
But
that?
here we are 7 years later, and I don't think we have an updated number, unless you do, but I'm not aware of it.
We might. What do we have for data in terms of Edmontonians who use bikes, team?
So I think a lot of the data likely came from the household travel survey from 2015, and that level of data collection has only been every 10 years. So part of what this implementation guide looks into is how do we get better data collection? How do we have more regular data collection so we have a better sense of how people are using the system?
Yeah, because what's remarkable to me is that number, I think it was 56,000, it showed that had been increasing almost I think something like by 30% every year from the point of measurement to that number. I could be fuzzy on the math there, but it was definitely like a remarkable increase. So I'm just thinking that as we expand, we're going to see more trips taken by bike. And this really, as Councillor Salvatore was saying, that this really fits in with our climate policy, but it also helps to reduce infrastructure costs for car infrastructure. So it stretches our budget pretty much. Do I have that right, Mr. Loughlin?
Certainly when you have mode choice and mode options and the space required for bike lanes, it certainly does provide a more complete road right away in terms of best use, so to speak.
Yeah, I remember Mr. Malafiste explaining to me how a road is like a rubber band. And the more you have cars on that road, the more it stretches out and comes back. And that's why you get your potholes and your degradation. So anything that can help reduce the intensity of traffic and reduce the frustration people have in rush hour by encouraging folks to choose alternate modes of transportation is great for me. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Now, Councillor Knack, and then Councillor Jans, and then Councillor Stevenson, and then we'll come back to Councillor Salvador on the second round.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the excellent work on this implementation guide, and looking forward to the motion. Councillor Salvador may have a few questions on that. One specific question, and it's a little bit getting into the weeds, but I think I gave Mr. Loughlin a heads up that I was going to be asking it. With the Valley Line West LRT, I know a decision was made early on to not have a multi-use trail run alongside it for a variety of reasons, and we don't need to dwell too much on them. If we are going to implement this plan and look at a east-west corridor along with some north-south connections there, but primarily for the east-west, is it worth doing a bit of a cost analysis to see if it would be more economical for us to consider a change order and actually add in a multi-use trail along that entire route versus trying to build a standalone series of pieces of infrastructure in the west end?
Councillor Knack, just because of the space constraints that we have along the corridor, I would suggest that it would be a challenge for us. Taking out that we've got a contractor that's been procured and actively taking the steps to build, I think we'd be challenged in terms of the space available. And this isn't necessarily related to the active transportation, but I think it was the principle around the LRT planning that we're doing, which is to minimize wholesale property acquisition, fit it within the corridors that we have. And from allocation of space, there are areas along the corridor where we're at, I would say, minimums in terms of all transportation modes, LRT, laneway, and pedestrian. So I would suggest that it would be a challenge to do that.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess the reason I ask, and I'm wondering if we've considered, and this would go into the next phases, assuming we support the implementation, which I hope we do. Even considering, what if you were to, instead of trying to have a 1.8 meter wide sidewalk on both sides, combine that and allow for one side to have a 3.6 or 4 meter wide trail that allows for multimodal use alongside along a corridor. So why I bring it up in relation to this report is just to see if we should have that conversation from a cost perspective, because my guess is it would be more costly to build a brand new set of infrastructure versus looking at potentially adding it into a spot where we're going to be tearing up the roads anyways to do a pretty massive construction project. And we probably should have done this work earlier, but being that we haven't started actually building the line yet, there's been a lot of utility work. I'm wondering if there's value as part of this plan to look at that.
I really struggle with that, to be honest, Councillor Knack. I'm not trying to be
Yeah.
difficult or
Sorry.
obstinate. I just think that the path that we've gone down with this, we're well past engagement. We're actively in design. I'm just struggling. I do reflect on, 2 or 3 years ago, if this would have been something that asked to consider, probably more doable. But I think we're just down the path so far that I think it would be difficult for us to adjust course.
Yeah, and my biggest question was just around cost, because if we're going to spend money either way, I want to make sure we're getting the best value and the best bang for our buck. So, so that's why, appreciating that there might be design considerations, I just want to make sure that if we're going to put in money, what's getting us the greatest amount of kilometers of this infrastructure, even if it was added some complication, but could allow us to do more, maybe that's worth it.
And I would say it's a from our perspective, and I'd certainly welcome Stephanie or Nathan speaking to this as well. I think it's a both and, Councillor Knack. I think what the team has identified for the necessary active transportation improvements in the periphery or adjacent are still very much required, in addition to what we're providing along the LRT route. I mean, certainly we can do the analysis and let you know what we think, but I think it's the case of the project has advanced to the point with engagement with the contractor that struggle with the ability to change course at this point.
Appreciate it. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. My first question, I'll just ask all three of the questions. And the first is, I'm just wondering about the overall cost, if the admin knew what a percentage was compared to the overall spend that we do on roadways. I think this is roughly $200 million. And I'm just wondering what the annual spend is, for instance, of on roads. I'm not sure if that number is available or handy, but yeah. The second question I have is just about the mass transit network tie-ins, connecting this work to the first report, and especially around stations and e-trip facilities, how we're going to integrate the multimodal. And the third question I have is around, again, my question about lockups and end of trips facilities. I strongly believe from my conversations as a school trustee with high school students and with parents that bike theft, whether it's at high schools in particular or malls or other BIAs or high impact areas, are a major mental barrier to getting people to ride. And again, I'd love to hear more about how we can accelerate and maybe front load some of the end of trip facilities that will induce demand and move forward from there. So those are my three questions, and I'm not sure if admin has it or we'll need to follow up later.
Councillor Jans, perhaps Nathan or Adam could tag team on the overall costs, and then I believe Nathan would be the right one to speak to how we integrate intermodal and end of trip facilities. Somebody have the, go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit at least to some of the historical costs. So I believe it's been over over the last two budget cycles, there was about 19 million that was directly allocated towards bike infrastructure, compared to about 2.4 billion towards road infrastructure generally. So it's about a little less than 1%. But I would flag that only counts for the money that was directly allocated towards bike infrastructure. So other bike infrastructure that may have been added through renewal projects, which has been fairly common in the recent years, isn't necessarily captured there. So that would be a little bit of a low estimate.
So the next question, Nathan, was to do about how do we integrate intermodal facilities in the overall plan?
Yeah, I can speak to that, Stephanie. So as part of the mass transit, one of the success factors was, adding mobility hub at these key locations where you enter the mass transit system. And that mobility hub concept is really tying in all these modes along with development to have kind of those eyes on the street. So that's one way that they tie together. And as we'll talk about in the next report, we're kind of seeing where these modes kind of align and how that influences a priority that we want to take with our transportation investment.
And the last question was about the importance of end-of-trip facilities and how this plan addresses end-of-trip facilities. Is that Nathan?
Yep, yeah, I can go for that. So yeah, the plan definitely talks about end-of-trip facilities. We know that it's important to Edmontonians. Then there has been some work that's already started. Transit is looking at opportunities to provide more secure lockups at LRT stations. But generally, this is something that we would consider going into the budget cycle deliberations and what sort of resources might be allocated towards end-of-trip facilities and any of the other program areas.
Okay. So just to clarify, make sure I got this then. So if we want to accelerate the plan to Councillor Salvador's motion about aligning it with the energy transition work and the climate work, that motion also would require maybe a subsequent suggestion to around the prioritization of certain parts of that infrastructure first, and like in the sequencing, like to what extent does administration, because I'm trying not to get into the weeds. I realize this is a high level operational plan. My son is very passionate about it. How can we see our values as a council further reflected into this prioritization of the work?
Councillor Jans, if it was the will of committee and council for us to look at what other things we could do to accelerate the bike plan implementation and the use of bikes in our city, I would suggest that could be explored through a motion in terms of accelerating mode shift. Would be my suggestion about how we do that. So what are the types of things that need to be implemented in order to accelerate mode shift?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson, then Councillor Rice, and then Councillor Salvador on the second round.
Great, thank you very much. I was so excited reading this report, and actually most of my notes are just things I thought were really exciting and really well done. So I won't take up the time to go through that, but just want to say congratulations for the great work. I also think it's really, important for us to know that, to Councillor Paquette's point earlier, bike numbers have doubled in 10 years between the household travel surveys, and with the downtown infrastructure as well, saw a tripling of people using it. So I think it's great evidence that you've brought forward in terms of building the facilities does increase that ridership. So certainly, I had questions similar to Councillor Salvador's and Councillor Jans spoke on in terms of accelerating the work to hit our energy transition strategy goals. Just wondering if, again, there might be some of those other opportunities through amenity contributions that are happening. So working with, I know that a lot of the new neighborhood bike lane development will be through the private development industry. So just wondering if there's a way to bring that to some of the existing neighborhoods as well.
Potentially is the answer to that question. We'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis, keeping in mind that bike infrastructure is usually on public right away and not on private right away, but it doesn't mean that the door's closed. We'd love to explore it with any developer who is willing as part of that amenity contribution, and we'll keep that in mind as we work through it in our downtown in particular.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I think there's a bigger conversation about those amenity contributions and how I have some learning to do in terms of how those are distributed. So that's great. Following up from the question about the mass network tie-in, I did notice that there's the high frequency transit plan for 97th Street, and also a potential bike lane connection is mentioned in the implementation report. So just wanted to confirm that those are going to be compatible, that both the bike lane and the higher frequency transit routes on 97 will be compatible in that roadway.
Absolutely, but someone else could probably give a more robust answer than that.
So I think in both cases, what we've identified is kind of the desire line and where there's a need for a general connection. So I think through the detailed planning and design process, there'd be a more detailed look about exactly where compatibility exists. And if there are sections where it doesn't work, what are the options? Are there alternative routes or parallel routes that could work for some of the modes?
Yeah, I think the design of that could be tricky, because I think transit and bike lanes can sometimes be in conflict. So great to know that the teams are talking, and then that work will be undertaken. Yeah, I think again, very interested in the end of trip facilities. So excited to see implementation plans for that. I think particularly with the zoning bylaw renewal and other regulatory tools that we have. And then maybe just picking up from the speakers. So the question around the closure of the Victoria Park Hill Road, what would need to happen to see that lane closure continue again this summer and even into the future from there?
Somebody from operations?
Oh,
Olga,
yes.
thank you.
Hi. So we do have plans this summer to continue a portion of the mobility lanes that we had presented in 2021 and 2020. We do plan on bringing Victoria Park Road back in that same temporary configuration that you saw the last 2 years.
That's great news. That's really, really exciting. And then just in terms of potentially making that permanent and particularly addressing some of those infrastructure gaps that exist right now, do we know what the renewal schedule is for that road, or when it might be able to become a permanent fixture? I can follow up to you. That's a very specific detail, but wonderful to hear that. Oh, sorry, Adam, Mr. Lockwood.
I was going to say, I'm just going to see if either Pascal or Natalie have timing on that.
I can maybe jump in on that. We have looked into the timing of renewal for that piece of roadway, and at this point in time, it's not scheduled for renewal. So it's not in the foreseeable future.
Okay, well, thanks for that information. Something to think about, but wonderful to know that it will be up and running again this summer. Thank you so much. And yeah, thanks again for the great work. This is a really exciting plan, and huge kudos that the community is showing up and saying that they really see themselves reflected in the plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Rice, and then Councillor Salvador on the second round.
Thank you. And so my question will be focused on and to get some better understanding and information to answer the two major concerns I heard at doors. So the first one is about the cost. So do you have the specific data and right to demonstrate what is average cost and per kilometers and for the bike line, and compare to the roadway, wider roadway, and then increase the maintenance, everything like that, average cost per kilometer?
So Councillor Rice's question is average cost per kilometer of bike lane versus average cost per kilometer of roadway. Do we have that?
I don't know if we have a specific answer to that. I think part of the challenge is that it varies quite a bit between the different facility types. So there's different types of bike infrastructure, shared pathways, raised bike lanes, protected bike lanes, and all of them have different costs associated with them. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure we have a succinct answer to that.
This information could be really helpful to address the concern from the public. And because right now what I heard is like, look at how many population, what's the percentage of our population use bike line? What percentage of our population drive cars? And for cities capital investment, should it focus on the majority population or focus on some like, from like a cost benefits perspective? That is the concern I heard from public. So I don't know which way to get that information. I think would be helpful, and before we implement this plan to get that information.
Councillor Rice, we can follow up with some of that information on the average cost per kilometer of bike infrastructure versus road infrastructure, as well as a percentage of Edmontonians that use each mode.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And the second question is about I read the report carefully. I couldn't find any analysis reflect or address the usage of our backline. And that specifically, and the story I heard over and over is about in the winter time, and because we're a winter city, and then all the cars and hundreds of cars on the road to wait for one backline and one bike and on bike lines, and to get try to go through this safely and then to commit to the work. And so for that usage analysis and also from safety perspective, and if we could have that information and reflect in information guide, that would be great. And also I noticed this information guide and is complete to September 2020. So is there any possibility and for us to reflect the current situation and for example how the COVID-19 impacts the usage and for the roadway generally speaking, and then also about the redevelopment cost. And because what I heard at the door and many residents and concerned about, we build the backline in certain area, and then later on we just rebuilt, and is there that systematical and plan in place and to avoid this cost? And because every dollars, and then I believe, and we need to ensure that physical responsibility in place, and then to respond back to our taxpayer dollars.
So, Councillor Rice, I think there's 4 questions in there that I'll attempt to address in the time. One is about the usage of bike lanes year-round. What I'll start with is that a connected network that goes to all major destinations in our city is required in order to achieve the city plan goals of 50% mode shift. And so that is a fundamental component of the bike network. In COVID, your second question about the COVID impacts associated with this. In COVID, we've actually seen an increased use of cycling and an increased use of people getting out using bikes and walking and using active modes in their city. So if anything, COVID has shown that there's even a higher need for these types of facilities. The third question about redevelopment costs, perhaps Adam could help with that in terms of when we redevelop a bike lane, what the cost is associated with that. And your fourth question, I do want to just take a moment to address the bike lanes that were removed. That was from a motion of council to remove those bike lanes. And we do believe that a network that goes throughout the city is required. And not just we believe, we know that a network that goes throughout the city is required. So Adam, you could speak to redevelopment costs.
So I would just say, Councillor Rice, the renewal cost associated with a bike lane versus a roadway is just proportionally based on size. If a bike lane is 3 meters wide, it would be that proportion of renewing the roadway. So incrementally, it's very minor in the scale of renewal associated with the roadway that it's part of.
Thank
Okay,
you.
my time is out. I have one more question, come back to 6 round.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador on the second round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am just making sure that the clerks have some wording. And yeah, in terms of process, I'd like to remove what I believe is, or move rather, what I believe is a replacement motion at this time. And happy to get that up on the screen. So I
just
would
for clarity,
move-
you're just wanting to put this one forward. I don't believe you're replacing anything. There's no motion on the floor at this point.
Great, so then it's just a straight up motion. That administration provide a report that outlines options for the completion of the bike network in the redeveloping area by 2026, including any associated engagement that could be considered as part of the development of the 2023-2026 capital and operating budget and return to Urban Planning Committee in Q3. Each option should consider impacts on the energy transition strategy and the ability to create a more connected network that enables accelerated mode shift. As part of the option analysis, administration should consider things that will accelerate mode shift prior to the construction of permanent bike lanes, including but not limited to end-of-trip facilities and temporary installations prior to neighborhood renewal. And that would be due Q3 2022 to Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. So there is now a motion on the floor. And this is, just to clarify, the appropriate for committee to give direction to administration on.
So I did ask the DCM if this work could be done within existing resources, and I'll defer to Ms. McCabe.
We believe in our shop, but Adam, are you comfortable that you can do this work within your existing resources as well? Because it's both of our shops.
Apologies, I'll just have a read here. Sorry about that.
I'll give you a second. Did you have anything you wanted to add in introduction, Councillor Salvador?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to just quickly introduce. So, yeah, a number of reasons that I felt that this was necessary to bring forward, mostly relating to, of course, the city plan and specifically the energy transition strategy. I think that, truly enabling cycling as a viable mode of transportation is an action we can take now to reduce the cost of living for Edmontonians, improve public health, and really help us reach our ambitious emissions reductions targets, which I do have some concerns around not being completely on track for. So I think this helps set that time frame. And yeah, I thought just to introduce, I felt it was relevant to share a quote from a letter that we received from the chairs of the Energy Transition Committee of Council in relation to this report. So they say, we encourage Council to accelerate all practical actions as fast as possible. For example, the bike plan has timelines stretching out to 2030. This is simply too slow. We must look at any and all actions that we can implement immediately, end of quote. And yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, and would add that the current plan actually references that 10 to 15 year time horizon, which would take us to 2032, 37, and that's just not good enough for a city that's declared a climate emergency. So for those reasons, I did feel it was important to bring this forward. I also think there's incredible value to be gained by following the approach of cities around the globe. I'm thinking of Seville, for example, where they built their basic network in just a few years. They saw a 452% increase in bicycling, which speaks to that relationship between providing the network so that people feel safe enough to use it. And yeah, we also heard today from some of our speakers that a basic network, like the one being proposed in our bike implementation plan, has really become table stakes for being a globally competitive city. So yeah, not only from an environmental perspective, but from an economic perspective, a talent retention perspective, and of course, a health and well-being perspective. I wanted to get this ball rolling so that we can start to see some options on the table to inform our 2023-2026 budget. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm just going to loop back to Mr. Laughlin to see if he has an answer to that question about existing resources.
Yeah, I think it's workable within existing resources. I think the only flag would be the degree of engagement, Councillor Salvador. So we would just have to assess that on the basis of degree, I think. And I think if you leave that with us, we can confirm. I don't think we need a definitive answer on that. I think we can use our judgment in terms of what degree of engagement that is based on the other pressures in developing the 23 to 26 capital budget.
Thank you for that clarity. So Madam Clerk, just to clarify, if administration found that they needed additional resources, they could in fact bring this back as an interim update, looking for more direction from council?
Absolutely.
Great. So I'm going to come, I think we have questions. There is now a motion on the floor. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I have one more question that is specific to the report, council report provided by administration on page 3. Bottom line and specifically talk about near-term prioritized can be categorized and by the following, and then related to South Central areas. And I just want to make sure, and then my understanding is right for the South Central area, because South Central area in my word is only referred to like Leduc, annexation areas. So what is this South Central area specifically and the scope you are referred to?
Councillor Rice, are you asking with respect to the motion or with respect to the bike plan implementation guide?
I'm talking about council reports, page 3.
Mr. Smith, Nathan, could you answer that?
Yeah, for sure. So in context with the South Central area is generally referring to the network that expands out from where it exists now. So there's quite a bit of bike network that is just been installed in Strathcona. but kind of the neighborhoods around and adjacent to that. So Bonnie Doon, Holyrood, Strathern, that's generally, it's identified as kind of an area network plan as well, one of the maps, one of the yellow blobs.
Okay, do we have specific list and then included under this South Central area and for the neighborhood's name?
So for the area network plan, I believe there is a list of the neighborhoods. It's in the council report, but it is in the implementation guide document.
So it is 6.2 and the council report. I couldn't find that list. I can follow up with you after meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's my question. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And folks are doing a great job keeping it brief. So I thank you for your really pointed, well-prepared questions today. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only question I have, so very much support this. My hesitation in my voice is just repeating 4 years ago. And I realize this is a different scope and scale, but 4 years ago, we had a conversation about active transportation in budget, I think. And what happened is there was nothing built into the base budget. And so council had to, at budget time in December, add in 5 million per year to start a little bit. So I feel like the guidance that is identified and our prioritization of something like the energy transition strategy sort of means we should be doing this anyways. So my biggest worry is, as we're going through a prioritized conversation on budget, is this coming back in Q3 too late for it to be included as part of administration's overall prioritization process, which I think this falls within it?
Councillor Knack, I think this would still allow the space for it to inform the budget process, but I see Adam's also.
Yeah, I think it's workable, Councillor Knack, that this could be included in terms of consideration for acceleration. Just in our discussions, there's still prioritization discussions that need to happen that would follow this. But I think this is in time to be included in that consideration from our perspective.
So the administration's consideration of the budget. So all I'm looking to avoid is 4 years ago of us having to add in money at budget in December, where I think we have policy guidance already, which clearly directs why we should be doing something like this. So I just don't want to be forced to scrape and scrounge together at budget for something that I think should be part of it.
No, I think, Councillor Knack, this report that's here today, I think provides the guidance with the concurrence that we're getting, even with a motion here to look at the opportunity to accelerate. I think it's pretty clear for us. The method and how we would position it from a budget perspective and a prioritization perspective, that still has to be developed, and that will happen. And this, I think the timing of this will help inform. And I'm almost thinking a number of budget cycles ago, there was sort of it was a composite approach of different standards. And I could see this being kind of the same way, and allowing that prioritization to happen, and then the conversation with council. So no, I think, and
you have given me great comfort. Thank you. I'll speak to it after everyone else is done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You can speak to it now, Councillor Knack, if you're going to be brief.
Probably not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for your honesty. Councillor Jans.
I want to speak to it as well.
Well, I think we're done questions. So before I let Councillor Salvador close, you can speak to it, and then I'll go to Councillor Knack, who also would like to speak to it. Anyone else who wishes to speak to it, although I think we're talking in the affirmative, so I would suggest that unless you have significant opposition to this, your support is best spoken for in your voice, or in your vote, but I leave that to you to decide. So Councillor Jans, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say I really commend Councillor Salvador for bringing this forward, and I think due to some misinformation generated in the past by various actors, the whole conversation about active transportation has been more controversial than it should have been. And it's funny. This morning, I actually had breakfast with a downtown business owner who has over 200 employees and was debating where they wanted to locate, and from the central area. And one of his key asks and considerations was around transportation for his staff and having more choices and having more options. And he was advocating to me that we should have kind of an inner Edmonton bike highway where you could kind of get on at one point and be able to move quickly around on a contiguous route. And I was very happy to share with them that this motion and this plan and these opportunities were coming forward today. So I think we're hearing it from businesses. We're hearing it that people who ride and who walk and who wheel and who use these active corridors spend more money in the local economy. They're more not only there's metrics about the health and wellness and the happiness, but just about the cost savings to our city as well. So the fact that when we heard it was not even a rounding error, it was a completely minuscule cost that investing in this plan would provide compared to the total cost of the billions of dollars that we spend on roads. Really, I think the acceleration that Councillor Salvador has put forward here is eminently reasonable, that we should have this information and we should be certainly considering it. So again, I commend the mover. This is really exciting. And I think, as we're seeing right now, the weather is changing, the climate is changing. And not only does that require action on our part, but it also means that we are seeing people cycling in February who would be cycling in August. So let's build it. Let's build it.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since I don't get to vote, that's why I wanted to maybe have a little more time. And we'll see if I need it. A few points that I think I'd want to mention. We talked about, and Councillor Jans just spoke about it, the difference that we spend on different forms of transportation. And I remember administration had put together a really helpful one-page sheet that broke down how much we spent over each of the last two capital budget cycles on each of the modes of transportation. And if you go through if you add up renewal and growth on roads, we spent approximately $2.4 billion. If you take those same two budget cycles over 8 years and you break down how much we spent on bike lanes, we spent $19 million, or approximately 0.8% of what we spent on roads. And it should be noted that within that $19 million, that included probably about $5 million on new traffic signals in the downtown core, which got lumped into the downtown bike grid project, but were actually something that benefits most users of the roads. And so I think, it's just important to remind people the scope of what we've actually spent over the years on various modes of transportation. And this does not have to be one versus the other. We over the last many years have greatly increased the investment in our roads to do much more renewal, to make sure we're maintaining our infrastructure, to make sure we're letting people more safely move goods and services as people go throughout the city. And so I think when we're talking about this, there's that larger number in the overall document, but it still makes up a very small percentage of what we spend overall in our transportation system. And so I just wanted to flag that when we're thinking about what this looks like. I think there's lots of reasons from a climate perspective that we need to advance this. Councillor Jans just did a really good job highlighting some of the economic pieces. I remember over the last 8 years of sitting on the City of Edmonton Youth Council, and how over and over and over again, I was hearing from youth who were deciding where they would spend their lives in after they graduated from post-secondary, and some of the things that they're looking for. And one of the things they're looking for are different modes of transportation. And we cannot forget that when we're thinking about what type of city we're trying to build. And so it's for businesses in terms of attraction and retention of people. And this is really important bike infrastructure to build out. And the other reason why you need to make sure you are investing a little bit in this is, I think about the lesson of 95th Avenue in the West End. And those of you by now know I bike virtually every single day. But I wasn't biking when I first started on council. I got convinced by a group of West End residents to go for a ride. And I went for that ride on 95th Ave, and I still hated the bike lane there because it's the painted gutter, the little painted line on the road beside these cars going 60 kilometers beside me. And that never felt pleasant. And while now I'm the type of person, I'm that 1 or 2% of people who will bike in virtually any type of condition, it wasn't going to build that ridership up that we need across the city. And the only way you do that is by providing safe options for people to navigate, and you provide proper separation. And I think we've got a lot of corridors where you can put in great infrastructure and really start to see a shift in a meaningful way. And while the other piece that I would close on here is that there's this conversation around right now about 2% of Edmontonians will ride, as per one of our more recent census reports. But you have to remember that's very different depending on where you are. So if you're in the core, I mean, we have some neighborhoods that have greater than 50% of the people using modes other than a private vehicle. And it is important to invest in those communities so that those folks have that opportunity to safely navigate in the same way that I think people expect in other parts of the city that we're investing in modes of transportation. So when you're thinking about that dollar amount, it looks large, but I want you to think about how much we spend each and every year on roads in particular, and then think about what type of city we need to build. So I think we need to do this. I realize I'm making a bit of a budget pitch, and we haven't had the budget conversation yet. We will later this year, but we need to do this for our environment, for our economy, for safety. So I encourage folks to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Mayor Sohi, and then Councillor Salvador to close. Sorry, you're on mute.
Here we go. No, thank you for giving me the chance to speak on this, Madam Chair. I just couldn't sign on to eScribe to sign up. We are a community of 1 million people now, and we are the 5th largest municipality in Canada. And a big urban center, people want choice. People want choice, how they want to travel, and providing the kind of visionary transportation plan that we have been talking about, and our city has been talking about, and implementation of the bike plan is about increasing people choices for mobility and providing a transportation option that reduces congestion, that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, that is affordable, that is inclusive, and that is accessible. And all those things that we talk about, that's what happens. That's what it provides. So I'm really happy that Councillor Salvador has brought forward this, and we need to send a very strong message to our administration, and they've been doing great work, that this council want this done, and we want it done in a effective, expedited way. And as we get into budget priorities, sending a strong signal from the committee and from the council on these initiatives, I think does give them another, and it gives them the message that we are serious about this stuff. And I think that perceived division around different transportation choices, where people would like sometimes want to create friction and polarization on these issues, I think those days are behind us. I think if as a council, we can unite behind this plan, we can communicate that to Edmontonians, really tell them the value. Why are we doing that? From social inclusion, from transportation choices, but of economic opportunities, I think. And we need to we need to send that strong message as well. So I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Salvador to close.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to my colleagues who spoke before me. Yeah, so we know that transportation accounts for around 30% of our emissions. And we know, as a number of our speakers said today, active transit is also an investment in our economy. It's an investment in talent attraction, retention. It's also an investment in health, safe mobility, and obviously a lower carbon future. And one aspect that is often missed, so I'm happy that Councillor Chance brought it up in this conversation, is that employers and firms who are looking to set up shop in a city like Edmonton are starting to look at cities that have safe bike infrastructure because they know that it helps attract and retain employees. And as it turns out, these lanes will help us achieve our goal to be a city where people can catalyze and converge. So I'm really hoping to make that clear. This is not just about the environmental piece, not just about the social piece, but this is about the health of our economy as well. And yeah, over the last 2 years, we have seen a huge boom in cycling. So I think it's a really good opportunity to capitalize on that and really achieve some of those larger city building goals, and really to hone in on that climate perspective. You know, we have experts in climate resilience and sustainability imploring us to take strong, swift action to accelerate our energy transition. And this motion is a really direct way to do that. Investing in active transit is one of the lowest cost, highest return actions that we can take as a municipality that will have a direct impact on achieving the goals of the city plan as a whole. And then finally, I'm happy that Councillor Knack brought this up too, that the total spend on bike infrastructure that we've seen thus far has been incredibly limited compared with our spend on other major modes. So making these investments sooner rather than later will benefit our recovery. And as many of our speakers pointed out today, if we're serious about following through on this plan, it needs to be reflected in our budget. So for these reasons, I'd really like to see those options presented in Q3 that'll enable us to take more action more immediately instead of spreading it out over several different council cycles. And as we've seen cities around the world deploy bicycling infrastructure in a matter of a few years, I think we need to take a similar approach. You know, we don't have 15 years to wait. We are in the middle of a climate emergency, and we already know that this network is essential for achieving city plan. So I would encourage committee members to support this motion, and yeah, look forward to getting those options back in Q3. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the.
Please display the votes. And that is carried unanimously. So we're going to pick this up again in Q3. Thank you. And thanks to the speakers who came out today. Next up is 6.3, and I want to find out if, have we heard from our speaker on that yet? We have a speaker. No, we haven't. They have, are they, Daniel? No? Okay. All right. All right. I think Councillor Knack does have questions on it. Was there will from committee to see the presentation or just go straight to questions? Councillor Principe, did you want to see the presentation, or do you just have questions?
No, that's okay, Madam Chair. Just questions. Thank you.
All right. And I'm just going to confirm again that Daniel Grist is not on the line. He's not.
No, we haven't heard. We haven't heard from.
All right. Does that work for you, Ms. McCabe, if we go straight to questions?
Absolutely, whatever the will of committee is.
Wonderful. Well, Councillor Principe, you're first up. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question in regards to the mobility network assessment, the prioritization. Now, in 2016, I know that the road 167 Avenue and 66th Street was considered number 54 out of 95. That was actually the arterial road widening prioritization. How is it that it would have been 54 just a mere 5 years ago, and now suddenly it's not even on the top 100 anymore?
Councillor Principe, that goes back to the fact that the city plan actually has been approved, and part of that plan really is looking at a 50% mode shift by the end of by the end of that plan, so a population of 2 million. And in order to achieve that, that's going to need significant levels of investment in bike infrastructure, active transportation infrastructure, transit infrastructure, and less investment in road infrastructure.
Yeah, I can understand that, but I want to point out that 66th Street would definitely be very important in the movement of goods, as it is one of the few connectors to Anthony Henday. So is that not seen as a priority for the movement of goods into our city and out of our city?
I would say this might be a slightly nuanced answer, that it's, for me, it's the economic development opportunities that goods movements could result in our city. So we will look at things like economic development when we're looking at the capital budget and what's getting advanced as a result of that.
Okay, and I know, like, looking at the list of prioritization, a lot of the roads that are on there within this ward and within this area weren't really a priority at all, that I heard when I was door knocking to constituents, or even to myself looking at it. Doesn't appear to be a priority. So how is it, you know, when I went door knocking, I heard a lot of constituents concerned about the widening of 167 Avenue and 66th Street, but other areas are getting priority, even though it's not a concern of constituents.
So perhaps someone from the team could just give a quick overview of the overall process that we use for prioritization for the mobility network assessment.
Sure. Yeah. So the mobility network assessment tries to look at where there are existing issues within the mobility system, whether it be congestion, missing links for bikes or pedestrians, but then use the city plan lens to figure out where does investment make the most sense that helps us address some of these existing issues, but with an eye towards the future and what the city plan envisions. So things like the nodes and corridors identified in the city plan play into the prioritization process. So something like 97th Street, where it aligns with mass transit corridors, and nodes and corridors identified in the city plan. That's part of the reason that those locations ranked more highly.
And Councillor Principe, if I may, one more thing. We are working with area developers to advance the construction on 167th Ave and 66th Street north of 167th Avenue based on development in the area. So we are very much working with developers in that area right now.
Okay, thank you for that.
Do you have any additional questions, Councillor Principe?
No, that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And just to follow up on that, because I do share that border with Councillor Principe, and there really are concerns about safety and congestion that are building, especially with the development of the area north of 167th. So I would imagine that even though that you know, a potential widening of 66 to Henday and the completion of the actual lane of 167th that wasn't completed due to lack of development, those are other factors that may not fall into the discussion we're having today, but fall into other aspects of city building. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah. Okay. So just because it's not in this report today doesn't mean that those pinch points are not being addressed in other aspects of our strategy. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. And if I may elaborate, this report speaks to city roadways and city infrastructure. And then there's a whole other system of developer paid for infrastructure through the ARA arterial road assessment bylaw. And we are working, as I said, actively with developers in that community because we understand some of the challenges with 167th Avenue.
Yeah, and just for the benefit of people watching today who may not know, that developers pay into infrastructure funds. And so when development happens and when that money is paid in, then the infrastructure can be installed.
That's correct, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that your questions, Councillor Paquette?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question, and this is just clarity. So we have an information report in front of us, and this is picking up on what both Councillors Paquette and Principe have been talking about. This is you're essentially advising us of, you know, without other direction, this is how you're going to advance mobility network improvements in the coming capital budget, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
And what are the other opportunities that council will have or committee will have prior to the budget discussion in the fall with respect to talking about some of those priorities? Because I am hearing concerns not just about inequity in mode, but inequity geographically.
Councillor, I do know we have another few reports coming forward where we could have those types of conversations with respect to developing communities. And for example, I believe there's a report going forward on the ARA bylaw, virtual road assessment bylaw. Just not sure off the top of my head. I can't find, oh, give me one moment. I've got the timing here. In Q2, an ARA bylaw will go to council in Q2.
Okay, so there's some other opportunities to have input. And I guess maybe I'm looking for some guidance. If there is, I guess, disagreement about the prioritization, how does committee or council effectively sort of address those concerns?
I would say that's during the budget process, but perhaps I'm not sure if Ms. Padbury or Mr. Laughlin are online and they could add some more details to that.
I guess question back to you, Councillor Hamilton, is it on the criteria that's within this report or prioritization approach?
I think I'm not even going to say on, well, I guess if a councillor felt that there was, that they wanted to see something prioritized ahead of something, that would probably be a discussion best had at council for them to make that case, because it would not conform to sort of the methodology that you're using.
I would agree. There's a couple opportunities along the way. Certainly we're not going to get granular at CIO, but CIO is an opportunity where you'll get a sense of what we're identifying from a allocation perspective based on available budgets. And then as we progress towards budget, there'll be opportunities along the way, including, you know, presenting the budget. And I do believe that there's still plans for another priorities discussion with council, furthering the discussion that was held recently on February 7th, I believe. So there'll be a few opportunities along the way, Councillor Hamilton, but I think if there's questions related to this report, I would encourage questions about this report now, or if this requires, to your point, a more robust council discussion, then it could happen at council.
All right, thank you. That I think gives me some clarity in terms of how sort of different questions about the approach at different latitudes could be handled. So I appreciate that. Those are my questions. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So forgive the preamble, but I want to make sure this is the right time based off those answers. So we had a report probably now almost 2 years ago, which outlined things like road widening work that needed to be done across the city. And there was the report identified about $250 million worth of work that was city funded, that would need to be city funded, and about $300 million of developer funded work. At that report, it was suggested that the administration would go back and look to come up with a potentially smaller scale improvements that can have similar traffic impacts, and that there would be a prioritization approach to that. Is that what that is what we're talking about today, correct?
What we're talking about today is the mobility network assessment, which is for city investments in roadways.
So therefore, my understanding, if I look at, because I think a lot of the my biggest concern is as I look at the sort of top 100, there's virtually nothing outside the Henday. So if I'm reading it correctly, assuming we go forward with this as presented in the report, we wouldn't even be seeing any type of targeted improvements outside the Henday right now. So no turn bay into a neighborhood, no roadway turn. Is that correct?
No, we would still suggest that there would be small improvements like you're suggesting as part of composite profiles that would be
Okay.
going forward. But is there
So-
any,
Sorry, go ahead.
that's my understanding.
Okay.
I just want to double check from the team or Adam if they'd like to add to that.
Yeah, I think, and if Ms. Lattiser or Ms. Lazerko wanted to add to this, I think we're still looking at opportunities, Councillor Knack, to make corridor improvements that are cost effective, but not widening a 4-lane to a 4-lane roadway. So Pascal or Natalie, if you want to add to that.
I'm happy to jump in for a moment here, Adam. Thank you. As part of the mobility network assessment, one thing that Ms. McCabe highlighted are the composites that are outlined in the report. There are some operational improvement composites that we'd be looking at, targeted improvements along some of the corridors, and presumably a number of those locations could be outside of the Henday. In addition, I'd like to highlight that we are on an opportunity basis looking at other types of improvements throughout the city. And I'll specifically highlight 66th Street and 167th Avenue, since that was a point of conversation earlier. Road widening, as we all know, is quite expensive. And so we're looking at trying to make improvements that target problem locations in a way that is more cost effective. And so in the case of that location, recognizing it is a bit of an unusual location, being developer funded and city funded, we have prepared a design for that location that changes the intersection from a traditional signalized intersection to a roundabout, which allows us to then improve the corridor, so both 66th Street and 167th Avenue, in a more unusual fashion, so we can widen each leg of the roundabout independently to address some of the traffic congestion that area faces. So whenever these opportunities come up, we are looking at specifically using a suite of tools or a toolbox to tackle the problems.
Perfect. So I just want to make sure I've asked this just so that nobody who lives beside Winterburn Road will have any misconception. I have heard, what I've just heard is that a right turn bay into a spot like Secord from Winterburn Road, which is meant to help address a bottleneck, is absolutely still on the table, but part of a separate composite profile that will be presented.
Yes, that's right, and specifically 215th Street is one of those locations where we are looking at.
I didn't want to. I was having a slight concern that residents were going to start throwing things at me if there wasn't that conversation at some point. Will there be a council or committee conversation about that prioritized work, or is that more part of the operating investment outlook? I just want to get a sense of when that might happen, if anything, or if it's just going to be part of budget.
I think it would be part of budget, Councillor Knack. I think having that level of discussion at the CIO is probably too deep. We want to keep it a little bit higher, or we would like to with council, but of course council could choose to go deeper. But I think we want to keep it at the 10-year level discussion versus more granular, and just the opportunity for channelization is there. But again, it's part of budget discussion and balancing priorities and understanding that we have limitations in terms of funding. I'm not trying to reignite your residents in that area, but I'm just trying to caution that.
I hear you.
We have a lot of big asks, we have a lot of big desires, and we have some considerations when it comes to funding available. So just want to caution that.
Another time I might have one more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson and then Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for the great report. Again, this is another one that just got me very excited reading through. I think it is transformational. And I think this new approach is really, really exciting. So yeah, so I apologize if I bounce around a little bit. I am going to try to start with the more strategic. I just noticed that in attachment to when it was going through sort of a summary of the rationale for the different priorities, that it didn't speak to the development support or the development opportunity there. So I just want to confirm. I believe that was indicated that it was part of the analysis, but it just wasn't sort of noted in the summary that we received.
Pablo, would you be best to speak to that?
I can speak to that briefly. So development support was included, but only to a limited extent. So the M&A focuses a lot on what's happening now and how we start to make transitions towards the city plan vision. But there's other work in terms of growth management that focuses a little bit more on exactly where should investments be targeted in order to support the development that we're looking to achieve. So it is there in terms of alignment with nodes and corridors, but not quite at that next level.
Okay, no, that makes sense. That's so this, if I'm understanding what you're saying, this is very specifically about the road network infrastructure, not necessarily the growth management piece. That makes sense for me. And then just to confirm as well that did these priorities were they also at play in terms of some of the findings with the mass transit study as well, in terms of changes that might be needed to support that?
Absolutely, yes. The mass transit corridors were a big factor in this work.
Great. Yeah, I mean, again, like I was really excited by the prioritizations I saw. I think if I had drawn a highlighter on intersections I wanted to fix, like I think there's great overlap there. So really exciting with that. Has there been? I really appreciate some of the looking at some of the other opportunities to align with other work happening at the city. Did we step further outside the organization to look at infrastructure work that EPCOR and others might be doing that can help with that prioritization and timing as well?
We certainly do that when we're considering renewal priorities, Councillor Stevenson, not just EPCOR, but all utilities. And an example of that is the neighborhood renewal program and alley renewal program, where we try to, I mean, it's a little bit the reverse. We try to encourage the utilities to undertake their renewal in advance of our neighborhood renewal priorities. So when we're considering renewal, and certainly with this prioritization, utility age and repair or renewal is a consideration as well.
Councillor Stevenson, at the more strategic level, we do work with EPCOR in terms of they're aware of the city plan and work with them in terms of timing major infrastructure that's needed for development in the city plan. But I wouldn't say at the level of the mobility network assessment.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I think even if it's just at this point, it sounds like there's a lot of information sharing. So if they're seeing these maps, and then that can maybe get the wheels turning for them in terms of how they might want to sequence some of their upcoming work. That's great to hear. Just wondering, I think the composite profiles are fantastic. Really, really pleased to see those. I know there's the priority safety composite profile, and I was just wondering sort of what the line between that composite profile and the street labs profile is, recognizing that that's fairly focused on safety as well. And just if there are ways to amplify that work, I guess, or I just want to know where to direct the money, because I love street labs and I want to do more of that, and just wondering if that goes in the safety priority or if there's a different mechanism for that.
Yeah, so the composite program for safety, the exact definition of the program, I think, is something that we're still sorting out heading into budget, but the intention would actually be to align with safe mobility in their work as well. So it's all together.
Okay, great. Really exciting. And does some of the operational improvement also include sort of looking at like the pedestrian bike buttons and making those types of upgrades and changes?
I think they absolutely could, in terms of where actually that would fit. Like, it may be part of the pedestrian composite or the bike composite, but I think those are the types of improvements that we would like to consider in those allocations.
Great. And I will come around, sorry for another round, but I'll be brief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I just want to pick up on Ms. McCabe on a response that you gave to Councillor Principe. I think it was in regards to 66th Street north of 137th Avenue or something. But you'd mentioned that you're working with the developers on that. And I know I've gotten that same sort of response in regards to 17th Street between the Henday and I think it's Whitemud. And I'm just wondering, what does that mean that you're working with the developers?
Yeah, great, Councillor. Great question, Councillor Wright. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to be able to explain that a bit. So in developing neighborhoods, a lot of the infrastructure is paid for by developers, and it's paid for by developers in terms of when at the pace of development. So when I say we're working with developers, we might be doing things like saying this road looks like it's really important in this area within this within the ARA, within the arterial road network basin. Perhaps within the basin, could we get all of the developers together and look at accelerating this road over this road, because this road is becoming a impediment to the community. We also might be looking at working with developers in terms of if it's a city-led, if it's a city-funded project or a developer-funded project, if we would look at our contributions versus their contributions. So we look at it from a lens of how do we provide the best quality of transportation within the area as a whole. But we also want to make sure that we adhere to the bylaw that is put in place and approved by council, which is the arterial road assessment bylaw.
So I'm just wondering, for efficiency's sake, rather than waiting until we actually need that infrastructure, we obviously we can see that demand, or we know that demand is going to increase for that infrastructure as development occurs. Can we not be more specific, I guess, in our development plans or in the zoning or something, that at a specific point in time? So perhaps, when 40% of the development is complete, then it would be a requirement of the developers before moving forward anymore to put in place the required infrastructure. And then maybe at 75% complete, they would be required to put in another specific amount of infrastructure.
Councillor Wright, that would be a very different system than we have now in terms of how the developers pay for infrastructure in new neighborhoods. And if that was the will of committee, we would have to look at that and do engagement with the development industry. We have a number of projects underway right now under growth management framework, looking at who pays for what, and looking at things like a policy associated with substantial completion of development in developing neighborhoods. So I would say that that work isn't part of the current body of work that we're doing.
Because wouldn't that also help the developers if they, because they are making contributions to the infrastructure, then they would know when some of that money is due to be spent, just from their own cash flow perspective?
I am not sure that I'd be comfortable speaking for the development industry on that, if that would help them or not. I do know that the ARA bylaw, in terms of that they know the bylaw really well, and that they're able to predict the cash flows associated with development in the communities as they stand right now.
Okay, I just think maybe we could avoid some future problems or future work if it just could be laid out right from the start for them. So, okay, thank you very much for your response. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And again, I'll be brief and try to not get in the weeds of every one of these projects. But I did notice that some of the major corridors are sort of prioritized out in different segments. So there's a segmentation of Jasper Avenue, for example, or 101st Street. I recognize some of the constraints involved with that, but just wondering too, if there are opportunities to increase the priority of a segment in order to have a more coherent upgrade of a continuous corridor?
Sure, I can speak to that a bit. So yeah, the locations as they were divided up in the mobility network assessment were not necessarily set up as projects. They were set up as, these are locations where we know there are issues and potential that we want to prioritize. So part of the next steps is actually to have those locations, inform them into projects, work with IAS to like define that scope a little bit further. And in that process, there's definitely an opportunity to see where do things connect. Maybe some things can be lumped together. Maybe it would make more sense to do that. So yes, that is part of the consideration.
Oh, okay, wonderful. That's really clear. Thank you. And then, I noticed that, the 104th Ave, 103rd Avenue corridor was highlighted as a priority. And I was wondering, just using that as an example, but when do we start looking at, reducing road width? Like, would that absolutely automatically sort of be wrapped up in terms of looking at traffic volumes and how those lanes can potentially be compressed?
So the mobility network assessment doesn't try to assume what the solutions would be in any of these locations yet. So that's would be subject to further planning and design. So recognizing what the opportunities are, what the context is, that would be part of the conversation if these projects move forward, to figure out what the solution would be. And there's a whole bunch of tools that are available to us.
Okay, great. And, and that actually leads to another question just in terms of, I understand, the roadway operations consideration. Do we have an explicit hierarchy as a corporation in terms of, goods movement versus private vehicle movement in terms of how we're looking at that roadway operations prioritization? So we prioritize a good movement traffic issue over potentially a private vehicle?
Go ahead, Nathan, sorry.
So I think that is something that was kind of built into this process in a way. So if a location was identified as the truck route or principal roadway in the city plan where goods movement is also a concern, to get additional consideration beyond what it would if it was just a vehicle route in and of itself.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, that's great to hear. Again, so excited for this work. Thank you so much. That's it. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Is there a will to move the receipt of information on this? I see no further questions.
Happy to move that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Any other comments or speaking to it? I will then call the vote. It's taking a moment for me too.
Mr. Mayor?
He may not be with us any longer.
Mr. Mayor, are you still with us? We will mark him absent and we have all the votes.
Please display. Wonderful, that passed for unanimously. All right, so it is 3:25. We have one more item on the agenda, the ETS Fleet Storage and Facility Maintenance Project. Councillor Salvador, you had selected it. Do you want the presentation on it or do you want to go straight to questions?
I'm okay to go straight to questions. Okay. Trying to look at colleagues to see if there's any indication, but yeah.
Could we just maybe provide a bit of context, maybe not the full presentation, if Ms. Ladouceur could do that?
Yes.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yep, absolutely. So I'm going to sort of call, after you do your introduction, we'll see sort of how many questions there are, because we're coming up on our 3:30 break, and I do want to respect the needs of the folks in the room helping us run the meeting. But go ahead, Mr. Laughlin, we'll see where we land.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I just wanted to provide a bit of context on why we're here today. And so the purpose of the strategy is really to guide the renewal and development of our existing and future ETS fleet storage and maintenance facilities, addressing growth, capacity, electrification needs through 2040. And we are today requesting that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that the strategy be approved. And the purpose of that is so that administration can continue dedicating capital resources to the implementation in 2022 to move forward with the next steps that have been identified in the report. And we wanted to make very clear that the approval of strategy does not commit council to funding its implementation in the 23-26 capital budget. It's really about how we would move forward, but there will be room for council to direct how far and how fast we go with the implementation and the schedule around this strategy. I don't know if Adam, you wanted to add anything?
No, I think you said it well. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, questions?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I guess I'll just start with kind of high-level targets around what our expectations are for electrifying our fleet. So I see the reference to 440 electric buses, and that's kind of our target. But I guess I'm familiar with the preferred scenario that was outlined, and I think it's the greenhouse gas and energy analysis that's behind the city plan. And my understanding that we were aiming for full electrification by 2030. Am I totally off? I'm just looking for some clarification there.
Carrie, is that something that you can jump into support?
Sure thing, and thanks, Councillor, for the clarifying question. We are limited in how fast we can transition the fleet. We share the interest in getting there, but it's a longer term plan. So the facility strategy is the key enabler, is what I would say that, and obviously funding from other orders of government to assist us. We're really excited about this opportunity with the next facility. It really helps us kind of advance that goal. But the full fleet electrification would be a bit longer term than that. And we need a bit more certainty about, the ability to store these buses as we grow and make that transition. And there's alternatives too, not just, the traditional kind of battery electric that we've been thinking of with the overhead charging. But I'm really excited to see what happens with hydrogen and how quickly that might accelerate our plans. So there's a lot of different kind of irons in the fire that we're excited about. But the facility part of this is really both the opportunity and the constraint that we have to work through.
Absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate that answer. And I was going to ask a question around hydrogen as well. And I guess how does that play into this conversation? And in terms of having facilities that can accommodate that technology as well?
So it's a great question that we are currently challenged with. So one thing that we are doing is we have advanced the current strategy based on being as much as possible technology agnostic, but we are looking at where our constraints and opportunities exist. And so based on our current understanding, battery electric that is that energy is sourced from the grid has really an infrastructure requirement that is higher than our current understanding would be for hydrogen. And so we're basing it on our costs, and our opportunities are based on battery electric, which is where we are a bit more limited. And then as we learn more about the hydrogen opportunities, we'll be able to adapt our plan to integrate those into future developments.
Okay, fantastic. And then just with my remaining time here, I wanted to, I guess, recognizing that we are really limited in terms of our facilities right now. That's kind of the barrier and block. I was trying to get some clarity around some of the bullets at the end of the report reference potential changes from the recommended approach that could be considered. And there were options around like a satellite storage facility, or potentially accelerating some of the upgrades to charging infrastructure. I guess if that was of interest, what type of direction would administration need? Like where is that conversation had, I guess, is what I'm curious about.
So at this point in time, we understand from council the potential interest for growing before 2027. And so that's why we integrated that opportunity into the report. So we are at this point in time investigating where and how we could implement a satellite storage facility. And as we mentioned in the report, this will be done in 2022. And so we will be bringing back to council for consideration either through an SCBA or the 23-26 capital budget, an opportunity to debate and fund potentially that part of the strategy as well.
Okay, great. So you don't need any direction there. It sounds like it's going to be coming back in front of us regardless.
As we look for council to approve the strategy, we would move forward with that piece as well. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's all I have for questions right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have questions, and then Councillor Stevenson has questions. So I'm going to call orders, and then we'll come back at 46 past the hour and continue. I don't think we'll be going much beyond that. So we'll come back in 15. Thank you. having some events here. It's all okay, all good. So calling this meeting back to order. We have 2 questions left, including myself. And I'll just remind you that the recommendation on the table right now, we actually need a decision on this. A council decision is required. So if somebody puts the recommendation on the table, it would be that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that the strategy outlined in the report be approved. So this will go back up to Council. I'm actually going to put that on the table for now. I'm going to make that motion and then proceed with my questions so we can get a debate going. My only question, Mr. Lachlan, was around, and I think if I just bring up the space in the report that I wrote everything down in. My only question, I think maybe this is better geared towards Ms. Houghton McDonald, is what I think Councillor Salvador started to drill into, which is sort of what's the level of technological risk here. This facility is being, the plan is to build facilities that support electrification and the electrified fleet. What are the opportunities if at a future council discussion there is a change of direction towards another sustainable fuel source for buses like hydrogen?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll start and maybe Ms. Ledesor can jump in because we've been talking a lot about this. I think we are thinking about a facility strategy that can accommodate different types of fueling technology. And I think we're really excited about the pilot tests that we'll have underway in this year and into next about the hydrogen fuel cell and to see what that looks like. There may be other opportunities that come up in the future as well. It's about being able to adapt and respond. And if anything, we're almost considering, I'll call it our worst case, which is infrastructure heavy. And that's that overhead style. And then if we needed to accommodate alternatives, it might simplify the plans, thereby potentially reducing the costs as well. But perhaps, Pascal, you'd want to jump in a little bit on that too.
Yeah, I think you covered it well, Carrie. I think one thing we wanted to highlight is that this is a strategy for 20 years. And so we really built adaptability in that we want to continuously update it as we get to understand better the mix of the fleet that we'll be looking at. There are elements that, so that flexibility will be built in and that during design, we will really have those opportunities to adapt. And the last piece I would add is, as we look at like the location of the first new garage that is being recommended, it is both a location that can work from electric grid perspective, as well as being in the corridor for hydrogen with the possibility of pipelines. And so we are looking at all of those things simultaneously so that we can adapt, but that, as Carrie mentioned, battery electric is where we have the most constraints around the infrastructure of the garages. Everything else can be retrofitted in an easier way.
Thank you. That answers my questions. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, this has been so helpful. I like the approach of the technology agnostic, and if electric is sort of the most difficult to accommodate, that's sort of built in some flexibility. I just want to ensure too that aside from the sort of fuel technology, that there's also consideration of potentially accordion or double-decker buses in the future, or like if automated like self-driving buses are. I know that that's always like the more ambitious or potential future technology, but just wondering how those the flexibility can be built in to accommodate those potentially.
So I'll let Carrie speak to integration of those types in the fleet and in the service. I think on the facility side, it goes back to the idea of the 20 years. So potentially the initial garage doesn't necessarily have capacity for double deckers, but we could do that in future phases or as we look at expansions and other types of retrofits of our existing facilities. And then that would create, again, it's going back to that flexibility, not just of technology, but potentially of other types of buses. Once the infrastructure is in place, it's a little bit more difficult to add those types of capacity. And so we would be looking to continuously do that adaptation of the strategy.
The only thing I would add, just for full transparency, so right now, the double-decker style is not within our vision of what the fleet composition looks like. We do have 30-foot, 40-foot, 60-foot. I love what you're suggesting in terms of automated. You know, we would certainly be open to exploring and accommodating that. Same as our on-demand service in the future when council's debating, you know, what that service delivery model looks like. This is another important element. So if we were to take in those smaller buses right now, I don't have anywhere to park them or to maintain them. So, you know, I think to your point, we need to be considerate of lots of variety and diversity in the fleet composition. And I know Ms. Ledesser's area is very accommodating in terms of, you know, speccing this out properly. So again, we can be nimble and adaptable to whatever those changes are.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that. And that does lead to another question, just if the current strategy would accommodate the on-demand, or is it sort of the core bus service that we currently have?
So currently the strategy is looking at the core services. And so we are looking at those 40 and 60-foot buses. But again, always looking at working with ETS and with council on what will be required as we adapt. And so there are options and opportunities. We'll just need to do that continuously as we work through the strategy.
And I'll just add, we have a report coming in the fall based on a motion to evaluate the service delivery model that was used for on-demand and present some options. So I think from that discussion, hopefully we'll get some direction from council about what the vision would be for that service delivery, and then that can help inform our work. If we were to make any changes, we would weave that into this work as well.
Great, thank you. And then my final question, it's a bit of a, it's just sort of stepping back, I guess. And I think that the scenario 3 that's been developed makes a lot of sense. It's very well reasoned, and I appreciate all the flexibility and iteration that will go on throughout the lifespan of that strategy. But I just want to step back and just inquire if other, I don't know if paradigms is the right word, but just other approaches. So I know that there's an outstations model where buses are maybe parked overnight at transit centers, for example. So sort of a radically decentralized approach. And I appreciate there's still maintenance requirements, and it's a very, very, very different model. But it does reduce the need for these larger facilities. So just wondering if some of those alternative fleet management approaches were considered and how those weighed out.
So I'll start, and again, I'll look to Kara to complete. So one of the, so we did have a lot of discussions with ETS related to how they operate and what the requirements to support their operation is. And in the model that ETS works in, it was established that these were the appropriate type of infrastructure to support our operations. The assumption is that we still create flexibility in how ETS operates, but we're looking at building the infrastructure to meet their operational requirements. And I'll let Carrie talk to those.
Yeah, further to that, I think there's some efficiency gains by utilizing this approach, but I hear your point, and I think we're trying to scale this appropriately so it's not, you know, a monstrous kind of investment and scope, and be realistic, but service deployment and how transit planning takes place, we gain efficiencies by having these locations with multiple vehicles, let alone, you know, in addition to kind of the maintenance side and getting some efficiencies there as well. So within the industry, this tends to be the approach, is to have these, as much as I don't like the term, but these bus barn kind of notions where we can have service delivery operations and related support functions and maintenance co-located within the space. And it's a safe, secure kind of environment for storing those very high priced vehicles, so we can do our proper fleet management and those types of activities.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. So I have 3 questions about facility, fleet, and design. I hear you loud and clear that retrofitting existing garage is it's not going to be possible, but I am wondering, is there opportunity to repurpose other, I guess, similar sized facility? Yeah.
So we've been doing some work with our colleagues in real estate to look at are there opportunities, especially for example, the satellite storage facility. So we are working on that currently to understand if there are opportunities. At this point, what we understand is that it is limited. There are 2 factors. Our request or our requirement is quite specific. And the second is that there is a lot of demand for storage and kind of warehouse type of space. And so not necessarily easy to find something to retrofit at this point in time. But it is something that we are looking into for the satellite facility.
Yeah, and then, sorry, and the demand's coming from within the city, like for other purposes.
The demand exists in the industry and in the region in general.
Okay, got it. And then the second piece is around fleet. What do we do when we retire buses? Where do they go?
I'm not sure if Mr. Robart is on the call. If you are, Eddie, did you want to speak to that? And if he's not on the call, I can speak to it.
Yes, please.
So we have a fleet disposition, or we basically have a plan approach to how we retire the fleet. We have a fleet age that we are managing towards, and that includes having a comprehensive kind of replacement schedule and cycle. So when we get to the end, sometimes they go up for auction. There's also opportunities within, and we've seen some of these practices in other jurisdictions, where it might get repurposed into some community development type work. I've seen former buses used to support efforts like mobile food delivery, food, farmers market style supports. There's lots of creative things that can be done in addition to kind of the traditional approaches to retiring the fleet.
But there's no way to repurpose it, say, to become electric or to become hydrogen.
No,
those have to be new, brand new.
That would probably end up in more costs, to be honest. So in terms of the life cycle of a bus, the industry's not there. So it's a separate kind of stream of work from the manufacturing perspective with different requirements and just associated kind of parts and technology as well. So it's built from scratch.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And then the third piece is around design, and I thought it was very interesting. You talk about universal design and accessibility, and I'm curious if that this aligns with our policy C602, which talks more beyond universal design, and there's several other pillars as well.
So absolutely, Councillor, like all of our infrastructure is built based on the policies that are existing. And so in this case, a major policy will be the emissions neutral standard for our new facilities, as well as the accessibility for people with disabilities. Now, there will be different applications depending on what we're looking at, internal versus external, so public or internal facing spaces and what the needs will be. But absolutely, we are looking at that policy within our design.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just really important to highlight C602, which is the policy for accessibility for people with disabilities. I think the folks on that Accessibility Advisory Committee has really worked really hard on this policy over the years, provided a lot of feedback, but don't always see their feedback being taken into consideration for design. I'm overall supportive of this report and the recommendations here. We've had lots of conversation with transit about the need, and so much of the need coming out of the growth of our city cannot be alleviated within our current infrastructure. So I think this move is really important. But I am concerned about sort of the footprint of brand new stuff versus, of course, always that repurposing. And then, if we're going to move ahead, I absolutely think we need to align with all the policy that we have, especially when those policies have been designed with people along the way. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to send this up to City Council. Any sort of questions, concerns, amendments? I'm not hearing any. I'm going to call the vote then. Send this up to City Council. This great debate today, or great conversation. Please vote. Okay. Please, no.
Councillor Paquette?
Oh, just waiting for that vote. I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Madam
Please
Chair.
display the vote. And wonderful. That was carried unanimously, so that will be that will come to City Council. That is the business we've had today. So there's no responses to councillor inquiries. We have no motions pending. We have no private reports. Notices of motions and motions without customary notice. I got notice from councillor Paquette.
Yes, I do have a notice of motion, Madam Chair. So,
read it in.
I just lost it. Pardon me. The luck of technology, just when you don't want it to happen. Okay. At the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting on Monday, February 22nd, I will move the following: that administration return to executive committee with a report outlining the options available to council for supporting the Kingsway Legion, account 101-89875, with their current outstanding tax balance. And the due date would be to be determined after we have a chance to speak with administration. Thank you.
So could you send a copy to the clerks and of that as you're giving notice? And also, just friendly correction, you probably mean the meeting next Wednesday, as we are not meeting on the Monday, given it is Family Day. Correct? Or Tuesday? Is our council meeting Tuesday? Okay, and then public hearings Wednesday. So you mean that for the Tuesday, correct?
Can we get him to confirm that? He needs to confirm.
That would be, yeah, there's no executive committee scheduled for Monday. That's correct.
Yes. All right. Would you mind providing that wording to the clerks? And
yeah, absolutely.
And then there can be a debate at council. Any other notices of motion or motions without customary notice? I'm not seeing anything and I'm not hearing anything. So we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your very crisp questions today and excellent discussion. And have a good evening.